Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis for this Taco Tuesday. We've got a 9-race card, and it's sweater weather, Jimmy.
It's nice.
It's sweater weather. It's nice. This is the kind of weather that horses dig. You know what I'm saying?
I dig it too.
I know. Yeah.
Not just football weather. It's horse racing weather.
Yeah,
for me.
it's horse racing weather.
Gambling weather.
Yep. I love going camping with my horses in this weather too. They're all feisty and it's not all sweaty. So yeah, we love this for horses. Definitely a day with a little bit of wind out there. Let's send it though before we get too into what's going on today. I am going to be interested to see if A, Chris throws it to me, and B, what he has to say about this weather.
Let's see.
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Well, we are feeling and looking like late October here with gray skies in place over the next couple hours through the evening. Temperatures don't move much. That often happens with cloud cover. We'll be near 58 to 57. Our average high this time of year about 60 degrees. We're watching for some rain tomorrow. We'll see some showers in place around our area. Readings in the mid-50s, getting cooler and dealing with the rain as we head into Wednesday. Rachel, back to you.
He threw it to me, guys.
Yeah.
What a professional.
I don't have to call you John for the rest of the show.
You don't have to call me John for the rest of the show.
58 all day.
58 all day. This is seriously perfect for racing. Yeah, and we were just talking there. It probably will be a little bit, I don't like to say the word, but a little bit of the R word. Because they got that big hurricane. There's a lot of down south, and we are south of Indy, so let's hope that kind of stays away. But without further ado, Marcelino Pedrosa, baby. 5 wins. What was it, triple on Saturday?
Saturday, yes.
Comes back yesterday with a double, Jimmy.
Yeah, he and Gennaro Garcia, those two teaming up and absolutely on fire, starting to really close in. In fact, I think Gennaro's maybe only one off of leading the second in the standings on the leading trainer race. I think he has 45 wins now, and they started off things right where they left off yesterday from Saturday. Yeah,
for sure. Let's look at Marcelino's double here as well. He started out in the opener, number 6, Save My Town. What do you think about that run, Jimmy?
Yeah, 3-5 on Save My Town, and there was a pace setter was out there, and Save My Town kind of looked like he was maybe in deep water in the middle of the turn, but once it leveled off, the pace setter tried to drift out to him here and stop his run, but despite lugging in, the horse won and won well. 3-5, and then started that early pick 5 off in style there, and was wrapped up in the end. Then they came back and with the third race, I believe.
Yes, it was. It was race 3, number 3, Over and Above.
Yeah, this one was much the best here. Wakari was out in front with Abel Cedillo. Looked like the Suki Song was going to try to squeeze through along the inside here, and it was a big number in that early pick 4 starting out at 23.
I was like, right there, when that move, I was like, oh my God, that horse is going to win.
Yeah, and fortunately for the Gennaro Garcia barn, did not get through, and this one won by about 3 parts of a length to give them 5 wins in 2 days, 8 in the last 5 racing programs, and for Gennaro, that's 5 wins in 2 days himself. So we see jockeys do this a lot, but trainers, to have those types of wins, it's really neat.
Yeah, and it happened with Joe Davis too this year. He got on that really hot streak and had the same kind of stats. So definitely a good day of racing yesterday. Mark those names down. As Jimmy Mack said, there is a nice little race for Trainer, and Ramos is trying like heck to get up there and catch Fernando de la Cruz. I do want to tell you guys, and Eric texted us about this.
In the 5th race?
Yeah, in the 5th race. He texted me this morning because he uses DRF. I'm probably really one of the only ones that, do you use Brisnet? You use DRF. Everybody does. I'm the only girl, so I use Brisnet. I like it better. In the 5th race, though, Justifiable Steel, the Aaron West trainee, the running lines didn't show up, and we're missing a couple tomorrow. I'll let you know about that. So just a glitch. Not a big deal, but if you are a Brisnet user, you got them, like me. That horse ran 6th on the turf and ended up 9th in the recent try at Churchill, and is coming back here to Indian turf. So make sure to note race 5, number 2. That horse has ran twice.
I even put that on X.
You did?
The chart.
I'm so proud of you.
That's what I'd see. You got me going.
This is why I'm glad. This is why I kept telling him, get back on X.
Yeah, so if you
I
don't
need
have
the
those,
support.
if you don't have those running lines that were omitted there, they
I'm
are
gonna retweet it
on
right now.
And actually, follow Rachel. You're going to get it right now in real time. So while you're getting that information, we're going to give you some more information. Speaking of people's names coming out, we have a new shooter in the jockey game. Rachel.
Dude, we do. Tell them about it while I find your tweet.
Well,
because
we
I
all
didn't
know
send it out.
Orlando Mojica, multiple leading rider here at the track over the years, and currently near the top of the standings in Chicago. Little baby, Orlandito.
Oh my
Orlando
gosh.
Jr., who we've known since he's been a little kid. I remember when he came over. Actually, I was his agent for his father when he came over from Puerto Rico.
I know, I remember
He's an
back
employee
at
here, been employed here a
Hoosier
couple
Park
years.
when
Yeah.
we were in thoroughbreds over there. He used to be this big. Now he's
a
a
little bigger
big,
than that, yeah.
a big stud muffin ladies man is what he is.
Yeah, like father, like son.
Yeah, there
But
you
now he's an apprentice rider, and there you see him making his debut in Chicago there. Now, Orlando got to ride in the same race. In fact, they're going to do it a couple more times, and 2 days from now, they both are in the same race again. But Orlando, we've been rooting for him, watching him grow up. There you see father and son. And I tell you what, I went back and watched the replay. I did see his first race, which was an amateur race, but this was his
I did
first
too.
race.
I haven't seen this one. I saw the amateur
It was
race.
on the
he
turf.
got blocked.
And he kind of bounced around, leaving the gate, but did good, really corrected the horse. And then didn't have much horse. I mean, he was back there, and he had to stay with the horse, so he was last. But he looked good down the lane. He switched sticks, hit
Oh, he
right-handed,
did?
stayed in the
Good.
middle.
Hey,
really
that's
didn't
a big
drift.
deal for
Yeah,
new
he
riders.
was flat, could have sat water on his back. I was really impressed.
Could have sat water on his back. Good job, Junior. I'm going to go down and interview him. Today I have a Breeders' Cup podcast later, so I'm going to get down there tomorrow. Hopefully we can have a little bit of a story for that. Very cute story.
I think he's on 2 Thursday. It's a third generation.
He's on 2 Thursday. He's
Yeah.
third. Oh, yeah, and Raphael's uncle is a
Yeah,
jockey.
his dad came here. We called him Papi Chulo. He was here.
Chulo.
He was
I
here
have not
riding
heard
for-
this story.
Yes, he rode here. I don't know, probably 10, 12, 15 years ago. He rode a couple horses. He came over to stay with Orlando, and he did ride around here a little bit here in Hoosier. Just a handful of horses.
That's
but
cool.
I do think they all three got in one race one time.
Yeah, and then Orlando Jr. is dating Hannah Leahy, so it's like jockey central in that family. I just love it. She probably gave him some tips, obviously.
Well, whether Orlando did or she did, he listened and they worked because he looked really good.
Good. All right, so we'll be covering that story, a nice little human interest story out of our Indiana family here. It is so weird. You want to know what else happened Saturday I haven't told you about? I just said it on the show yesterday.
The Bengals didn't win, I know that.
No, I'm sorry. I don't bring that up. I'm
Okay.
not dumb. Gabrielle Knox, Tammy's
hear that yesterday.
daughter, came to the Halloween party, and I'm sitting drinking beer talking about boys with my other little baby that I had since she was 5. And your daughter, every time I see pictures of her, I used to hold her as a 2-year-old in the winner's circle, Ray. And then I named my daughter Ray. So it's like Reagan was like my first baby, and now she's grown up. We're old.
We're going to be the old ones.
God, we go back.
But you know what old means?
We go back, man.
Knowledgeable.
That's right. I do feel smarter.
Yeah. You looking with the glasses on today, too?
Bruh, I know, right? I'm just trying to
noticed.
prove it. 2026 dates are out. What did Tammy say on there? We're gonna start April 7th, Tuesday. He's starting a little bit earlier, but it's just like, if I remember, a couple days here and there, which he does. Love the soft start. It's a grind getting back to it after 3 months
and I think
off.
we're going to end on the same day.
Yep, we
November
are.
13th.
So very excited. Indiana Derby will be July 11th. We've got 2 special Friday cards. People love that Friday racing every now and then. We're going to run on Oaks as well, and we're going to try on Breeders' Cup to bring that back. We did used to run on Breeders' Cup. We're trying to find spots where we can kind of work it in, but not get swallowed by everyone else. So we'll try Breeders' Cup this year. 123 day card, 6 all quarter horse stakes, and we're going to do Silks and Roses again, which I thought was a really great event. And
that's the only evening post time the whole year, 5:10 that day.
Yeah, it's just, man, we kind of get crushed on those evening posts. I'm not mad about it. You know I'm not mad about it. I did my time. 6 to freaking 11 for however many years. Also, Evan Roman approaching a nice little title here.
Yep, the 2016 Eclipse Award winning apprentice is just 10 wins away from 1,000, and he's sitting at 990. He has a couple of handfuls of cards here, 2.5 weeks to get it done here, hopefully, so we can celebrate. He's since he came here last year, he's near the always top 5 or 6. So looking forward to seeing him get to that milestone. And speaking of milestone, the Ripster.
Oh, I know, and he just had a win last week, didn't he? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had a really nice win last week. He comes in sneaky like. Mm-hmm. I always take note when Ravelli brings horses here, and we're definitely gonna have to now, because if he doesn't get it, here in the next couple days. I'm going to be running down there with a sign.
Yeah, I think maybe we can get him in here. He's got 1 in at Churchill tomorrow, then 4 in at Chicago
Oh, so
on
he should
the
get
next
it.
day. But if he doesn't, we'll see if we can get the racing office to hustle him in one here. And
Jim will be
we have a
awarding
sign
that.
ready for him, probably, right?
Yeah, we always have signs. Tammy and I, we missed Bernie's one time, Bernie Flint's, and we'll never live that down. So now Tammy and I are both like, it's almost like anxiety ridden. We're like,
That's
did you get
one
this? Do you
character
have
in
that?
racing to not have
No.
Bernie, knowing Bernie. That was probably fun.
And I loved him too. He pretty much told me I was awesome and told Peter when he was here, he's like, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the pretty girl over here or whatever. And I've loved him ever since. So yeah, that one hurt.
Well, at least he wasn't on fire. But you know what was on fire yesterday?
What?
The late Fire 5.
Dude, that payout, how much did that ticket pay? 31
It-
grand? Do
yeah,
you
it
think
was-
somebody
it
had
was-
that?
It was over 30 grand.
Yeah, that's insane. So, and a big pool too, right, Jimmy Mack?
Yeah, we had with $27,333 and change in free money going in. They bet a bunch into it, and
477 for that race
isn't that
alone.
crazy?
Yeah, it was
And they
crazy.
started the sequence paying $30,000 that ticket with a 1 to 5 shot.
That's insane.
Isn't that crazy?
That's so crazy. that
Pays to
even
play
happens.
here,
Yeah.
that low
I
takeout,
know.
the competitive racing, and it's just you have to get involved.
Yeah, sadly, no one gave out the winning $31,000 ticket, but B did give out a $218 pick 5 on races 1 through 5. We get out the tip sheets. They're completely free. We even made Jimmy Mack one, of course, so we will tweet those out here soon. Completely free. You could have cashed that $218 ticket. That's what we pay Brian and all of us to do, is to make you guys moolah.
And that was his 20th one of the meeting, the pick 5. Yesterday's was just $218.70, but his average ticket payout's $527.80 on the pick 5s he's given out. Like you said, you can get those at the First 4 OTB counter or follow online. They are posted on social media each and every day. And after the Wire to Wire show, the second half, Brian will come back and give us his thoughts on the pick 5 today and take another run at it.
Yes, he will. We are going to be running until November 13th or 14th.
13th, I think, right?
13th. And, oh yeah, we just said that. And that last week is going to be really fun. We're going to, closing day is always shenanigans of me trying to keep up of who's winning what titles and chasing them around like kindergartners as to when we will do their trophy presentation. But Tuesday, November 11th, tell them what we got going on, J-Mac.
Veterans Day, and you want to join us for a fun-filled afternoon. We have that 2,500 Veterans Day Legends handicapping contest courtesy of the Indiana HBPA. Plus, we'll have that Pick 5 challenge from some celebrity handicappers here. A lot of going on that day. And also that Veterans Day contest will include 2 seats to the NHC Finals in Vegas. That's in March 26th. To those who are NHC Tour members, if you're not, you can go to ntr.com and join up for that. So to be eligible for the contest, you don't want to miss that. And all of that stuff going on that day, in addition to the stuff for the fans, we're going to have a charity raising
Pick 5.
event like always.
$250, and we are going to be giving that to a lot of wonderful handicappers, us included. Brian, I got Andy, Bick's gonna do it. Sarge always does it. That's just off the top of my head. We got a ton of people.
Just
Jenna,
about a dozen, I think.
yeah. And we give them the $250, so we're making that donation, then hopefully somebody can hit big, and then all of the money that the tickets accrue from the day is going to be donated to HVAF, which is a wonderful homeless veterans downtown. They do wonderful work. So
yeah, Hoosier veterans and families downtown. We here at the track's been a big supporter. I know it's a big thing close to Eric's heart, and always make them a lot of money. And hopefully the handicappers can get on that day. I think the last couple of years, every time we've done this, we've had a few people hit and been able to. And I think a couple of the handicappers even have even doubled that. So we're looking to raise some money for that, and we want you to come on out. That is on Tuesday, November 11th here on Veterans Day.
yep, please join us. It's going to be fun. Oh, and we do have a NHC qualifier this December. People have been asking me. So be sure to go to the NTRA website and sign up to try to qualify. I think Jimmy Mac's going to come, Bugsy's going to come,
Yeah,
I'm going to come.
try. I haven't really tried to get qualified yet this year, but that's probably the last-ditch effort to get December 6th.
Yeah, it is, because then you turn around and go in March. All right, you guys, we are 32 minutes to the opener here. We are going to take a quick commercial break and send it to B for the early pick 5. Want to take a real quick time to thank our sponsors of the show and the track. We do have Bruce Murphy Trailer Sales, B&H Electric, and obviously our wonderful people who manage Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, and Jack Daniels. We also have wonderful social media channels to follow, and let's give Aaron his due on this new Jimmy Mack graphic he did.
Who's better than him?
Who's better than Aaron? Nobody. Look at that, back on X, ladies and gentlemen. I think our cartoons are the best out of the others. So yeah, follow us. I definitely did put that race 5, number 2, missing lines on social. Be sure to check that out. And then also follow us on YouTube. We've got a ton of subscribers, and any of the replays that you want to watch, you can watch them completely for free after the last race. The whole day goes up. We also have a live track cam that we show our track condition at overnight until we go live the next day. 31 minutes to race 1. Jimmy Mack, anything else?
I think we're done.
I think we're done. We had fun. Bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to the B block of Wire to Wire, now just about a half hour away from live racing on a Tuesday. What a day it was. $32,000 in that pick 5 payout yesterday. And I know we had a crazy bomber to close out the card, but other than that, it started with a 1-5 shot. Jimmy Mack gave it to you and said it was a free space on that pick 5. Not very often does pick 5, regardless of carryover status or not, return over $30,000 with a 1-5 on the front end. So it was tricky to navigate the back end of that car, and we'll see if that trend will continue here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Thankful to be on the turf course for 3 races today, 3, 5, and 7 on that firm turf course with the rail setting at 48 feet. There's kind of rain all around the Midwest, but so far, knocking on wood, no jinxes, Eric Hellstrom. It has avoided Shelbyville. Maybe the first time in the past decade that rain in the area avoids Shelbyville. Hopefully that will continue throughout the afternoon, but I digress. Let's move along to race number 1. 2-year-old fillies bred in the great state of Indiana, all in for a tag of $25,000, running for a purse of $25,000 as well. You've got one first-time starter, Eskies Echo, who's taking some action in here. That is my top play. I'm going to use 3 horses in here. This pick 5 ticket, a little bit different. Rachel did not draft this. I don't have a single in this pick 5. Maybe the first time of the entire season that I am not going to take a stand. I think there's enough horses that I'm using that create value on their own that I didn't have to take a stand to use a single in here. So we're going to put together a reasonable ticket. It looks like a Rachel constructed ticket, but it is not. There is no single. We'll go 1, 5, and 6. Eskies Echo goes out for Aaron West. He's winning at 22% here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I was curious how he did with first-time starters. Past 5 years, he's winning at 16%. A little bit lighter this year at 11%, but 16% overall. And I wanted to know if there was any drop-offs when he debuts for a tag. Many trainers won't debut for a tag, or those that do, they debut to win and put the horse in competitive spots. Really no drop-off for Aaron. He wins at 16% with first-time starters overall, 17% when they debut for a tag. First-time owner for him as well, or at least what I could find. So Eskies Echo could be any sort in here. $5,000 sales price last year, in for $25,000 certainly makes a lot of sense. Not bad, right? Alex Achard, Miguel Silva. Silva's been good on the drop when he drops from maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming he wins at 23%. This horse has speed, but not much finish. I think that finish could change today with a little bit of class relief. And then Dotted Dream, an intriguing sort in here. Gennaro Garcia, Santos Sanger, this 2-year-old filly. She really showed nothing in her first 3 starts. They laid her up, gave her some time off. Hopefully she's matured not only mentally, but also physically, because if she returns the way she left, she's not going to be competitive. But right now, she's taking some money. She's 5-1 off that 10-1 morning line, and these are connections you simply got to trust Gennaro Garcia when he owns and trains with Santos Sanger aboard. I'm going to take a stand against Bibisita. Chaz Recchi, she's been doing an awesome job this season. She's winning at 17% the past 5 months. She's done great, but she's never won going from maiden special weight to maiden claiming. It hasn't happened a ton. I think it's a very small sample size, probably less than 10, but I found that somewhat unique. I thought this may be an opportunity to play against one of our favorites. 8-5 morning line. Chile on the board right now at 3-1, despite having our leading rider exits a race that I wasn't necessarily impressed by the winner or any in that race, so I'm going to play against BBC, your morning line favorite. Chaz, she's been doing an awesome job. She's winning at 17% over the past 5 months, but in this spot, I'm just going to try to beat a favorite 1, 5, and 6 in the opener on a Tuesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race number 2, no scratches or changes. We've got a 2-5 favorite, Electrifying Lady. You don't need me to tell you how good Electrifying Lady on paper looks. This horse looks like an easy winner, looks like a 1-9 shot. Some may call it a free space. Yesterday, like Night Kiss was from the inside. I'm just going to take a stab, and admittedly so, this is a stab. If a $108 ticket is a little bit more expensive than you're looking for, I actually don't recommend singling Electrifying Lady. Take a stand and maybe single a horse like 10-1 Mindy's Union. It's really the only way you're going to win $30,000 in a pick 5. Glenn Wismer, Joe Ramos, Novogratz Racing Stables in here, lightly raced. This horse just ran on Oaks Day back in May, still runs protected. Obviously, things haven't gone as they have planned. Debuted at Keeneland in the fall meet last year, ran a good 4th, then got the maiden breaking score down at the fairgrounds. They thought enough of this filly to enter her on Oaks Day, in which she didn't go off a crazy long shot. She went off at 8-1. Since then, things have kind of gone amiss. Maybe a couple of strategic stabs trying long on the turf obviously didn't work out very well, and then they cut back over at Ellis Park and came back rather quickly as well. So Mindy's Union has been freshened up, gets Joe Ramos. Glenn Wismer could be sneaky in here with Mindy's Union. That's really the only horse that I think could threaten Electrifying Lady, who certainly is not a win machine. Don't overlook your 2-5 morning line favorite does have 6 second and third place finishes. She doesn't always show that determination that she did on her maiden breaking score back on July 17th. Could be ripe for the picking. Could be an easy winner that I'm overlooking and doubling the cost of my ticket. Race number 3, 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. Scratch numbers 9 and 10. The first of 3 on the turf course. We are thankful to provide you that $1 horseshoe hat trick, 15% minimum in here. I'm going to go 1, 3, 5, and 7. 1, 3, and 7, not the 5. 1, 3, and 7. You're Not the Father. 3-5 morning line. Again, I'm going to use it. Fernando de la Cruz, Tiana Richardville in here. This is a half who's going to the lead, who made over $483,000. One thing that I did find unique, Tiana Richardville, she doesn't dominate on the turf. She's winning at 5% on the turf, and it's not all that much of a small sample size. And You're Not the Father is kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? My stupidity is showing up in here. However, this horse also 0 for 6 on the turf. So you're going to settle for 2-5. 3-5 on the turf for a trainer who's not dominant on the turf, wins at 5% on the turf, and a horse who's burned some money along the way, 0 for 6 on the turf. Don't get me wrong. On paper, You're Not the Father is the horse to beat, but the race isn't run on paper. How about a horse like Special Gift Card? Thomas Medina, he's winning at 20% for houses, thoroughbreds, 20% here overall. This horse is lightly raced, went way too quick last time out. You look at the running lines, August 21st, they set reasonable fractions. They got away with an easy lead, and they showed plenty of kick. Last time, they went drag racing on the front end. They were quarter horsing it out there, sub 23, sub 47, way too fast in here. They walked home late, but they weren't beaten by that much. I think a Special Gift Card could be loose on the lead in this spot and could be sneaky. Governor Ron takes on winners for the first time, but this looks like a very great group that Genevieve Landano found for Governor Ron to take on winners. A horse who I had been chasing years past. Always runs into it, doesn't always win. Lost to 9-pointer, lost to You're Not the Father, but really put it all together last time out. Jane Elliott, clean trip, easy winner. She gave this horse a beautiful trip and was much the best winner last time out. Now she takes on Winners. It's a great spot. I think that horse is going to be potentially value at 3-1. 1, 3, and 7 for yours truly in race number 3 as we kick off the $1 horseshoe hat trick in race number 3. And if you love horizontals in the manner that I do, because I am a dead set degenerate, we kick off the late fire 5. 11.99% takeout. Late fire 5 kicks off in race number 4. There may be no carryover today because a couple of lucky folks brought home over $33,000 yesterday, but there's plenty of value in the lowest takeout in the entire country. And this is potentially the best betting race of the day. It's only a 6-horse field. It's not very often do you say that the best betting race comes in maybe the smallest entries we have. 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-old fillies, all bred in the state of Indiana, running for a nice purse of $43,000. Looks like anyone's game. Sacra's Quest goes out for the red-hot Randy Klopp barn. 9-5 morning line off of an 8th-place finish here on October 1st in our stakes race. Pressed the front runner in the 2-path, couldn't see it out, losing to Spooky Ridge, who's been in very good form. That was much further than Sacra's Quest wants to go. And we've been hit or miss on how horses cut back and how they do. This horse has speed, showed that speed last time, should be more fit. Randy Klopp does a nice job winning at 20% on cuts backs. I just think there's a ton of speed in here. Prayer's Beauty, 5-2 morning line. The only horse I'm not going to use. Now, this is stupid, throwing out one horse, using 5 out of 6. Don't get me wrong, it is not the smartest idea. However, where you been? This horse, Prayer's Beauty, could be the quickest of them all. Could be the speed of the speed. Might be even a little bit faster than Sacra's Quest. I'm sure the connections of Sacra's Quest are not thrilled that Prayer's Beauty right to the outside. However, this horse won in dominant fashion at 5-2 on September 10th. Where you been? I mean, there's no. I don't know where this horse has been. Hasn't been seen since September 7th, September 10th, and no posted workout at all. For me, that's a concern. Now, it's not a huge red flag concern because this horse is not entered for a tag by any means. And granted, Prayer's Beauty is 4 for 5 in the exacta, so I'm not questioning the connections. I just think this horse has had quite a bit of time off, maybe some leg freshenings. I'm sure they've been out in the morning, but no posted workouts at all. Last race, September 10th, in dominant fashion, goes up in class in here. Could easily win, but I'm going to take some others in here and some long shot prices. Rafaela goes turf to dirt for Michelle Elliott. How about CV Scenic Legacy? Orlando Bochica, Gonzalez teaming up in here. They've got some sneaky numbers that would suggest this horse returns to a preferred surface here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ran evenly around the racetrack at Belterra. This Indiana bred likes it here at home. She's 6 for 7 in the trifecta. Second start off the layoff. She should get a good trip behind what could be a fast pace up front. City Prayers is another one who should sit pretty. And then how about I Made It? Blaine Davidson, Steve Fosdick. When Fosdick wins, it's usually for Blaine. They usually team up, and they've got a good thing going. This 4-time winner has banked over $120,000. Just lost to Rafaela. Should get a great trip in here. Ton of speed. Cuts back in distance. And if you're concerned that this horse has been a route horse, that is true all season long. They've been trying to go 2 turns. However, don't overlook that they're 4 for 4 in the trifecta sprinting at this distance. 2 of the wins in the career have come at this distance as well. We'll see if I Made It can potentially bring home the longest shot on the board in race number 4, which kicks off today's late fire 5. Small field, lot of intrigue in race number 4. Race number 5, one note in here, Justifiable Steal. Now, this is not, I repeat, if you're not on track, you are unaffected. Just mute me if you have not already muted me. But just if you are on track, Justifiable Steal, we've got some more handout information about those past performances for number 2, Justifiable Steal. Again, only for on track. You can go to the racing info located on the first floor and get that fill-in sheet for Justifiable Steal. There's 2 races, August 7th and September 27th. But if you are not on track, you are unaffected. So make no worries if you're not on track. Justifiable Steal, your likely favorite in here for Fernando de la Cruz and Aaron West. They debuted on the turf. They dueled on the inside, couldn't see it out, and stopped rapidly at the 8th pole. Then they went into the deep waters. They not only went to the dirt, but they also went to a maiden special weight $92,000 restricted race over at Churchill Downs, and it went as you may expect, not very well. They get back to the turf today, 2 turns in here. I think Justifiable Steal is the horse to beat. However, the horse to bet. Little Value Added. A 2-year-old filly by Known Agenda. They paid $13,000 at the sale earlier this March. In for $20,000 today. Victor LeBron, Helen Pitts. Helen Pitts has some awesome numbers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Do not be fooled by that 0 for 10. She wins at 22% second time out and 24% here at Horseshoe Indy. So 22% was second-time starters, 24% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And even though it is a small sample size, it's still relevant. To my point, Victor LeBron and her teaming up at 60%. This horse is 15-1 on the morning line. Entered maiden special weight on debut. It was rained off that day. They missed the break completely, wrapped up, better days ahead, always knowing that this horse was going to likely be better on the turf. Little Value Added. Sprinkle a little bit on that one, as I am going to do as well in the win place and exacta pools, and probably kick off that Itoba pick 4 as well. 15-1. I think that's your best opportunity to upset your heavily backed favorite in Justifiable Steal. It's a long-winded rendition of how I see the first 5 races. Play it how you want it, but make sure you do play it because it's 11.99% takeout, the lowest takeout in the country. We've got some big fields. John G. Dooley may be on his way to the fairgrounds, but we've got the plenty capable and experienced Jimmy. Jimmy Mack is up in the announcer's booth. He's all set and ready to take you through today's scratches and changes on a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Good luck today.
Thank you, B. Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome into Horseshoe Indianapolis for a wonderful Tuesday afternoon of racing here from Shelbyville. We do have 9 live races on the card. The first 8, the thoroughbred variety. The 9th, that 300-yard 2-year-old quarter horse maiden, will go about 6:15. Now, at this time, if you'll take out your racing programs, I'll give you today's late program changes. Track condition of the main track is fast. The turf course is firm. Do have 3 races on the turf today. The turf course firm with that turf rail set at 48 feet. Race number 1 to kick off proceedings here. We'll start that 11.99% low takeout 50-cent pick 5. There are no program changes in the opener. Race number 2 starts at $1 early pick 4 on races 2, 3, 4, and 5. That race is clear and free of any changes as well. Race number 3 is the first leg of that Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3. Again, we're on the turf, a mile and 16th on the turf to start off that Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3 in race number 3. A couple of changes. Simply scratch the main track only, also eligibles, numbers 9 and 10. Numbers 9 and 10 are out of that first leg of the Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3 there in race number 3. Fourth race starts the late Fire 5, the 50-cent late pick 5, and there are no changes in race number 4. If you'll page over to race number 5, that is the first leg of the Itoba pick 4, races 5, 6, 7, and 8. We do have a jockey change for number 1, Spastic Bid, make the rider Sammy Bermudez. Scratch number 6, Divine Selena. Scratchy also eligibles 11 through 16. So take out numbers 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and put Bermudez on the 1, Spastic Big. Now, please be aware, those of you on track, if you picked up a advanced edition of the program yesterday, head back to the first 4 OTB counter, the program counter there. There is a couple of running lines omitted on the 2 Justifiable Steal. For those of you that got the programs on track, you can pick up those running lines. The horse has raced 2 times. Justifiable Steal, those running lines, that horse's PPs is available at the program stand there for the 5th. On to race number 6, we'll have that grand high 5 offered. No changes in race number 6. Race 7, that other turf race. It's the third leg of the Horseshoe Hat Trick. A couple of changes in race 7. Take out number 1, Lady Blast. Number 1, Lady Blast, has been scratched, and also scratched the 2 also eligibles, 11, La Pacifica, and number 12, Take the Helm. 1, 11, 12 out of the 7th. 8th race, start of the late daily double. Scratch number 1, Chineki. Number 1, Chineki is out. Also take out number 3, He Be Ready. 8th race, scratch numbers 1 and 3. 9th and finals, that 2-year-old maiden to go 300 yards. Only changes at this time are the also eligibles have been scratched 11, 12, 13, and 14. Well, race fans, those are your program changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 9-race program, I will get those to you as they do so. Temperature 58 degrees. We're fast and firm here for this beautiful Tuesday from Horseshoe Indy. The horses are in the paddock for race number 1. We'll start that 50-cent pick 5 with that low takeout here in just 12 minutes. Philly 2-year-old stepping trackside for race number 1 here at Horseshoe Indy. Race 1, a Indiana-bred maiden filly 2-year-old claimer. The claiming tag $25,000. The distance 5 1/2 furlongs. Field of 8 set to go here. Win, place, show. Exact to try. Super. Starts a daily double. Starts pick 3, and it starts at 11.99% takeout. Pick 5, 50-cent pick 5, and races 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 starts right here in just a couple of minutes. Again, for those on-track fans, just want to remind you, in the 5th race, number 2, Justifiable Steals, running lines were accidentally omitted from the program. The horse has raced 2 times. His running lines are available at the program stand. Again, that's in the 5th race, number 2, for those of you here on track. Race number 1 to start off the show here in just a couple of minutes. We're fast and firm. Good luck. Indiana-bred filly 2-year-olds have turned. They're approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute to post for race 1 of 9 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a beautiful Tuesday. Again, the field for race 1 approaching the starting gate. And they've reached the gate. It's post time. Eskies Echo going in on debut for Hancock and West. Dotted Dreams. Gennaro Garcia with that hot hand of late, looking to take the opener like he did yesterday. Amy L. in start number 2 for R.C. Sturgeon. Caddy Justice for Greg Justice and Tomas Medina moving into line. Love it or leave it. Love it or leave it in start 2 with Portland, Indiana's own Rodney Prescott up top. Bebecita. Moving in. Panthers Princess to the outside for Egbert. Will complete the load. Philly 2-year-old Indiana breds are at the post. All set. And they are off at Horseshoe Indian. Bebecita bounces out on top, also flashing speed to the outside. Panthers Princess in front between horses. Not bad right. On the run down the backstretch, Caddy Justice and the Red Silks away into 4th position. Eskies Echo on debut 5th. Gennaro Garcia's Dotted Dream is 6th and about 7 off the pace. Love it or leave it is making headway up to the outside, and that'll put Amy L in the 8th and trailing position into the far turn. Chasing Bebecita, but here comes Not Bad Right, the daughter of More Spirit, breathing on her to the outside. Panthers Princess having trouble negotiating the turn there. She's going to be held in by Love It or Leave It. Meanwhile, splitting horses Caddy Justice, Eskies Echo against the rail. The quarter drilled 22 and 3. Here comes Not Bad Right to take over the lead. Not Bad Right off the turn, opening up by 2. Bebecita has no response there to the inside. 6 or 7 back to Caddy Justice. They're inside the final furlong. Not Bad Right still trying to put away a pesky Bebecita, but with a 16th left to go. Not Bad Right has gained the upper hand. Bebecita is fighting on well to the inside, but Not Bad Right. It's graduation day, even money wrapped up in the end, won it by about a length. Then it was Bebecita, then a half a dozen or so better to Caddy Justice, and Panthers Princess checked in 4th in 106 flat. The judges posting the unofficial top 4 finishers in race number 1. The winner number 5, Not Bad Right. Second, number 4, Bebecita. Third, number 7, Caddy Justice. Fourth goes 8, Panthers Princess. 5, 4, 7, 8. as we welcome in the folks here for the FFA convention. Down on the apron here, large group of members here to take in the day here at Horseshoe Indy. Welcome into Horseshoe Indianapolis. All those FFA members down there on the apron. Five, 4, 7, and 8 here on officially race number 1 of 9. Starts off an even money shot. Even money shot coming into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle here. Number 5, Not Bad Right. Not Bad Right, a 2-year-old dark bay or brown filly by More Spirit out of the Wilburn mare named Gotham City Queen. The winner is owned by Silva Racing LLC of Miguel Silva in partnership with Lizeth Sanchez, the winning trainer Miguel Silva, and Alex Shard. Up top, Not Bad Right, breaks maiden start number 5 here, and was bred in Indiana by Silva Racing LLC. The winner covered the 5.5 furlongs, 106.15 seconds. Not Bad Right at odds of even money returns 420 to win, 260 in the middle and 220 for the Shodo. The exacta 5 and 4, 11.40. The 50-cent try, $12.60. The dime super, $84.98 for that 5, 4, 7, 8 winning combination. Up next, race number 2, as the Flying Frenchman walking through the apron there amongst those FFA members. As race number 2 coming up next in 20 minutes here. Race 2, 6 furlongs on the main fillies and mare allowance race. The field of 6 will go to post in 20 minutes with no program changes. And they are off at Horseshoe Indy, and Babasita bounces out on top, also flashing speed to the outside. Panthers Princess in front between horses, Not Bad Right. On the run down the backstretch, Caddy Justice in the red soaks away into 4th position. Eski's Echo on debut, 5th. Gennaro Garcia's Dotted Dream is 6th and about 7 off the pace. Love It or Leave It is making headway up to the outside, and that'll put Amy L in the 8th and trailing position into the far turn. Chasing Babasita, but here comes Not Bad Right, the daughter of More Spirit, breathing on her to the outside. Panthers Princess having trouble negotiating the turn there. She's going to be held in by Love It or Leave It. Meanwhile, splitting horses, Caddy Justice, Eski's Echo against the rail. The quarter drilled 22 and 3. Here comes Not Bad Right to take over the lead. Not Bad Right off the turn, opening up by 2. Babasita has no response there to the inside. 6 or 7 back to Caddy Justice. They're inside the final furlong. Not Bad Right still trying to put away a pesky Babasita, but with a 16th left to go, Not Bad Right has gained the upper hand. Babasita is fighting on well to the inside, but Not Bad Right. It's graduation day, even money wrapped up in the end, won it by about a length, then it was Babasita, then a half a dozen or so better to Caddy Justice, and Panthers Princess checked in 4th in 106 flat.
Horseshoe Indianapolis is saluting all veterans Tuesday, November 11th with a special Veterans Day racing program at 2:10 p.m. Nationally known handicappers place wagers into the Pick 5 to raise funding for Hoosier veterans and families. Plus, play in the $2,500 Veterans Day handicapping contest, sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Let's salute the veterans Tuesday, November 11th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 and exit 109 in Shelbyville. More information available on social media at HS Indy Racing.
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Feel the thunder Monday through Thursday at 2:10 p.m. Plus, enjoy racing on select Saturdays throughout the summer. Reserve a seat in the clubhouse by calling 317-421-0000 or find a spot under the new outdoor awning. It's all happening at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Always free parking and free general admission. More details at HS Indy Racing.
We are 7 minutes to post here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Sorry about that. We had a meeting of the minds very quickly, and I got hung up on allowance. We do have a nice filly mare, 3-year-old number allowance. They're going to go 6/8 on the main. That sounds weird. Electrifying Lady, 1-9. What are you going to do? After her, I tried to find some long shots, and I did, obviously, since all the money's on her. But this is one of those races that whenever there's a 1-9 or just an extremely heavy favorite, I call it the jerk exacta. I like to do all over the one, just in case it doesn't run. Highest last race, speed rating of 80. Second, first. Hasn't been worse than third in 8, it looks like. So, 7 of 8 life. This horse is a beast. Keith is up today for Father Steve Asmussen. 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke. Looks nice. Let's go on to maybe a not so obvious one that you could play in here. And the 3, Swift Kelsey. Now, John Heron does this all the time, you guys. He'll claim a horse, this time for a nickel, put it in allowance, and it runs. It happens. I just was, somebody, if they walked past my office this morning, would probably have thought I was crazy because I just started saying, he does this all the time, kind of talking to myself. He gets Gutierrez aboard, who's been having a tremendous meet as an apprentice rider. Just gets that 5-pound bug as well for this filly. So, yeah, he's been known to do that. She put up a nice effort, that maiden claiming win on the slop at 1:70. He's switching things up. He's going to stay at the distance and surface as the claiming race was. Plus, I'm never not going to pick Swift Kelsey just because I'm a Swiftie. The 5, Mindy's Union, 9-1. Now, this is the only other horse that's getting, this is insane, by the way. 1-9 on the 1. 9-1 on my 5. Everybody else double digits. But I do like Mindy's Union. Joe Ramos is aboard. He's on some live ones today. He could possibly get another triple, which he had 2 of last week. Ramos is up for Glenn Wismer. This one, 3-year-old filly by Union Rags, making her 6th lifetime start. Now, she's been in tough. She's been at Keeneland, 100 grand. Fairgrounds for 60, 125, 127. This is a huge class drop. Just because you don't see any form other than that Fairgrounds win does not mean that shows what this filly's capable of. She has just been in the creme de la creme of maidens out here with like Destino d'Oro, New Rome. It's just that she's been against so much tougher. 1, 3, 5 here in the second race. Look at those odds. Good luck.
Up on the track for race number 2 from the shoe. Race 2 from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Field of 6 set to go 6 furlongs here. Filly and mare. Non-winners of 2 allowance events. 6 furlongs on that fast mean surface. Field of 6 here with no program changes. 6 to go. Win, play, show. Exact to try. Super. Starts a double. Starts pick 3. And it starts at $1 pick 4 in just a few minutes. Again, race fans, if you're playing that pick 4, playing along here, just want to let those of you here on track know if you have an advanced edition of the program or you bought it yesterday, if you didn't get the insert, there is an extra sheet here. Should have came with your programs if you got them today, but there is a couple running lines omitted for number 2, Justifiable Steal in the 5th race, to 2. Those are for only those of you who got purchase your programs on track here. Again, there is an additional PP sheet for Justifiable Steal. Those 2 races of hers that aren't on her running line, those are available at the program stand there for that 5th race, number 2. Race 2 and 2. Good luck. Approaching the starting gate here for the second race, fillies and mares approaching the starting gate for the 6 furlong start. Race 2 kicking off that early pick 4, races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Field of 6 fillies and mares to square off here. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. 1 to 5 on Electrifying Lady. Daughter of Practical Joke going forward. La Marinera coming up. La Marinera moving in. Swift Kelsey. Moringa. Mindy's Union and the Lyman Black coming up. Little Ransom's Fire to the outside for Scotty Mullins. Field of 6 to kick off the $1 pick 4 are at the post, and they are racing to a level beginning. From between horses, Swift Kelsey bounces right out on top. There goes Electrifying Lady, the favorite to prompt the pace. And from between horses, Moringa joins the party and stacking up 4 deep. Little Ransom Fire. This quartet has quickened about 3 lengths in front of Mindy's Union, who settles long into 5th position. And 6th in trailing is La Marinera. Up the backside they go, just outside a half mile to race. And it is Electrifying Lady showing the way by a half a length to Swift Kelsey to the outside. First off the claim there in 2nd. Little Ransom's Fire stacks up 3 deep. A couple lengths further back to Moringa is 4th. Mindy's Union is being asked to go get that quartet from 5th, and La Marinera is still at the back of the pack, just outside a quarter to go. Electrifying Lady. Right now, Keith Asmussen is sitting like a statue, whips out on Swift Kelsey, but she's running in place as they reach the top of the home stretch. Electrifying Lady opens up and puts some space on Swift Kelsey there. Up the inside, Mindy's Union is rallying from the backfield with a furlong to go. Electrifying Lady with her ears up is just rambling by the 16th pole. Electrifying Lady, she's been a bridesmaid in her last 2, but she's going to walk the aisle of the winner's circle today, and she won it well. She was never asked, and she won by about 6 or 7 in the end. Swift Kelsey did hold 2nd. Mindy's Union was there, and from last, La Marinera in 110 and 4. Well, no shocker here at 1 to 5. Electrifying Lady has been posted as your race winner. 2nd, number 3, Swift Kelsey. Finishing 3rd, number 5, Mindy's Union. And 4th goes to La Marinera. 1-3-5-2. 1-3-5-2. Unofficially race 2. Running time 110.85 seconds. One, 3, 5, 2, the top 4 in race number 2 unofficially. Into the winner's circle to join Hector and staff. Here's number 1, Electrifying Lady. Electrifying Lady, a much the best winner here. She picks up her second lifetime victory. This is a 3-year-old bay daughter by Practical Joke out of the Mr. Greeley mare named La Mianesa. The winner's owned by Windancer Farm of Larry Connor, trained by the Hall of Famer, the nation's all-time leading trainer Steve Asmussen, and ridden to victory by Keith Asmussen. Electrifying Lady, a 2-time winner from 9 starts, got the 6 furlongs in 110 and 4. The winner bred in Kentucky by Mount Mellick Farm, LLC. Odds-on favorite returns 260, 220, 210. Exacta 1 and 3, 1420. The try was worth 1425. The double 5 and 1. Those two favorites come back 640. Now the dime super 1352, $5.34 for that 10-cent investment. 10-cent super, $5.34. Up next, race number 3. We'll head out to the turf course for the first time today. Race number 3, a mile 16th on that firm turf. Don't forget that turf rail setting is at 48 feet. Race number 3 kicks off that first leg of that Turf Pick 3. It's called the Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3. It's a $1 bet. It starts right here in race number 3 on races 3, 5, and 7. And in race number 3, that turf event simply scratched the main track only the 9 and 10. The 9 and 10 are out of the upcoming third race, which goes to post in 23 minutes. Are at the post, and they are racing to a level beginning. From between horses, Swift Kelsey bounces right out on top. There goes Electrifying Lady, the favorite to prompt the pace. And from between horses, Moringa joins the party and stacking up 4 deep. Little Ransom Fire. This quartet has quickened about 3 lengths in front of Mindy's Union, who settles long in the 5th position. And 6th in trailing is La Marinera. Up the backside they go, just outside a half mile to race, and it is Electrifying Lady showing the way by a half a length to Swift Kelsey to the outside first off the claim there in second. Little Ransom's Fire stacks up 3 deep. A couple lengths further back to Moringa is 4th. Mindy's Union is being asked to go get that quartet from 5th, and La Marinera is still at the back of the pack, just outside a quarter to go. Electrifying Lady right now. Keith Asmussen is sitting like a statue, whips out on Swift Kelsey, but she's running in place as they reach the top of the home stretch. Electrifying Lady opens up and puts some space on Swift Kelsey there. Up the inside, Mindy's Union is rallying from the backfield with a furlong to go. Electrifying Lady with her ears up is just rambling by the 16th pole. Electrifying Lady, she's been a bridesmaid in her last 2, but she's going to walk the aisle of the winner's circle today, and she won it well. She was never asked, and she won by about 6 or 7 in the end. Swift Kelsey are at the post, and they are racing to a level beginning. From between horses, Swift
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
With over 200 flavor notes, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Highlights of the meet? Staying healthy.
Yes, boy. Ours. Well, no, I mean, like, what track are you going to ride this winter? Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm going to Fairgrounds.
You're going to Fairgrounds for the winter?
Yeah,
You always go to Fairgrounds for the winter.
Yep.
What about here at the track with Daddy?
Yeah, we got a win, I think, last week on Monday. It was really nice.
Perfect. What about you? What was your favorite part of the meet?
Having Hank's the Tank win on Derby Day.
Oh, yes. That was a good one.
Yep.
Be in the lead, baby.
Yeah. Hey, where are you going to ride this off-season?
Turfway.
Turfway. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Herschel, what was your favorite part of the meet?
All of it was.
Aww.
Never had a bad day.
Yeah, you're the best. What do you do? Are you going to still work in the winters?
I am.
Where do you go? Back in the backside?
On the stable gate, yes.
Where are you going to ride this winter? Are you going to work horses here again like you normally do?
Yes, hopefully that's the plan. Stay at Turfway and be back and forward.
Love it. Thanks.
Hang around with Rich.
Yeah. And what are you guys going to do this winter? Are you going to go to...
Stay here in Indiana training and running horses in Turfway Park.
Yeah.
Okay. Doing good there. Good money there.
You guys did good there this winter, too.
Yeah, we had 6 winners, like a couple made in a special way and a couple allowed winners.
Okay. Good job. Look at you.
Oh,
My little superstar.
It's when I go across to the other state. I like
Good.
that.
Where are you going this winter?
I stay around.
You stay here?
Yep.
Okay. What was the highlight of your 2025 year?
It was winning the stakes race.
When I didn't pick you.
Yes. Well, we won 3 stakes races actually, and that was those were the highlights of our year.
And what are you going to do in the off season, you and Tony?
Go to Florida.
You're going to go to
relax.
Woohoo!
And I'll ride my horse, and we'll break babies.
Awesome. So, are you going back to Canada in the winter?
No, I'll probably stay in Kentucky.
Oh, good. Cool. All right. Good luck. 9 minutes to race 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have an Indiana sired 3-year-old and up allowance. They're going a mile and a 16th on the grass. And we have a nice 8-horse field here. But scratch the AEs. The 7 right now, the 3-2, 7-5, just switched. You Are Not the Father, though, is who I'm going to go with on top. We'll talk about Governor Ron after that, but You Are Not the Father is owned and bred and trained by Miss Tiana Richardville. He is just a big, old, handsome boy, 5-year-old gelding. Now, I get why people are staying away from me. He's 1 of 19, but he's got 4 seconds, a third, and he's home and cooled out. He's honestly that last effort. I think he's gonna run back to it. Fernando was really happy with it. He wanted to be back on this one. Obviously, they wanted to get him on the turf. He's been off of it for the last couple, but if you go back, his closest other than the last out was third by a head, a 77 Brisnet speed figure. The times were not bad in that one, and he was going a mile on the grass. That was August 26th. So I really like this guy. He's kind of, McAdoo was just in one of our stakes. He's ran against that horse, Keg. Just Knee Deep Justice is in here. Oh, wait, did he get scratched? Yeah, that's one of the scratches. So he's been running against some pretty tough Indiana bred. So kind of excited to see what he's going to do here. But he's put up really nice numbers on the grass. Like I said, that 77 is the highest turf speed at today's distance. So highest speed figure at today's distance as well of this group. Just a pretty nice one. And you can't go wrong with getting the leading jockey of the meet, Fernando de la Cruz, up. So I'm going against the favorite with Tiana's You Are Not the Father. A little bit of Maury for you right there. She has the best names. You know, we a lot of the trainers and all of us sit down there and we come up with them, and we have a list on Troy's phone of names. It's fun. If you have a name idea, send it to me on X. Governor Ron is the 7-5 favorite. Genevieve Landano is the trainer for this 4-year-old gelding who's making his 9th lifetime start. I'm not mad about these races. 6 of 8 is a great record to have. He just loves getting third. Look at this guy. He debuted in 2024. Most of those thirds were in 2024. He comes out in 2025. Guess what? Third, routing on the grass at a mile. Finally gets the maiden breaking win, stretching out to a mile and a 16th. He got a good trip. He was the 4-hole inside again here today. Drew the 1 over and over and over again. I'm running against the same group he's been running against, and he just beat them. He's finished behind You're Not the Father and some of these in here. But there's no need of justice in here today, and he finally catches the turf, which I think is the key. Jane Elliott aboard for Genevieve, who co-owns and has bred this one with Charlie, co-owned with Charlie Hancock, and bred with him as well. And then I'm going to go to the outside all the way to the 8. Junkyard Justice. 8-1 right now on the tote board. Jose Gutierrez. Now a 5-pound bug aboard here for Agustin Gonzalez, 3-year-old gelding who's making his 4th lifetime start. Out of those 3, it's really weird, and I'm not really going to be able to tell you why. The debut is probably why he was 7th, okay? Then comes back out, 29-1, wins by a nose on the slop routing for the first time at a mile and 70. That was on July 31st. Then 6th by 25 lengths. He came over on. It says impeded. The horse just, came over and went, and he just kind of. It wasn't a huge deal, but he floated out. Ended up wide the entire trip after that. But damn, Erica's Melody, 5 turf winners. This girl drops turf babies. So. Let's see what happens with Junkyard Justice trying grass for the first time. 7-1-8 for me as horses head to the track for the 3rd race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses stepping trackside for race number 3 at Horseshoe Indy. Race number 3, an allowance event for the Indiana sired horses, which have never won a race other than or never won 2 in their lifetime. A mile and 16th on this firm turf. The turf rail set out 48 feet. In this race, simply scratch the 9 and 10. The also eligible main track onlys have been scratched. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double, pick 3, and it kicks off the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3. Post time for race number 3 in 3 minutes. Race 3 coming up here in just about a minute. Still have time to get those wagers in on race number 3 as we head out to the turf course for the first time. Mile and 16th on this firm turf. That turf rail out 48 feet. Again, don't forget race 3, one play show, exacta, try, super. Daily double, pick 3, and of course, in addition to that regular rolling pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5, we also have the $1 horseshoe hat trick turf pick 3. It's the first leg starting right here. It's on races 3, 5, and 7, $1 base bet, and it kicks off here momentarily as the field of Indiana breds have turned. They're approaching the starting gate here for this mile and 16th turf event. Race number 3, the opening leg of the horseshoe hat trick turf pick 3. The field approaching the gate. Crossing on over here for the third event, allowance event for the sired Indiana breds. Special gift card coming up. Nine-pointer coming up in those familiar yellow and black short family silks. Now, Junkyard Justice. Junkyard Justice to the far outside, field of 8 to kick off the turf pick 3. And they are off. Special gift card broke outwardly, leaving this starting gate. Pinched 9-porter just a touch. Meanwhile, Governor Ron broke sharply for the lead down along the inside. Special gift card has straightened out. Will challenge there to the outside from second. Hot Black Coffee back to the turf. Shows up to the outside there from third. Junkyard Justice is fourth on the run of the first turn. Then it's Porky Is My Name, You're Not the Father right in between horses. They go 3 by 3 by 2, and the 2 back markers early 9-pointer in Tamarack Square. So rounding the turn, chasing Governor Ron, who's up top by a length and a half. Special gift card will track there from the pocket in second. Hot Black Coffee taking a wide angle on that Caesars turf there from third. Porky Is My Name to the inside in fourth. Meanwhile, You Are Not the Father at even money tracks that quartet from fifth and about 4 off the pace. Then 5 or 6 links back to Tamarack Square, who's up a couple of spots. Junkyard Justice is next in 9-porter. Is at the back of the pack. Quarter 22-1. The half mile for Governor Ron 46-3. So it is Governor Ron and Jane Elliott out front, showing the way by 2.5 lengths. Special gift card from second. Tamarack Square still racing there up on the outside. There goes You Are Not the Father with a blitz on the far turn run. So chasing Governor Ron, who's had things his own way. Now You Are Not the Father is being asked to go get the pace setter. Then it's Hot Black Coffee. Porky Is My Name starts to warm up. The maiden is raced up into fourth. Wide angle for 9-porter from the back. It's Governor Ron off the turn in front by 2. It's Governor Ron who shows the way, still shows the way up top by 3 lengths and widening on You Are Not the Father, who's flat to the boards there at even money. Late on the scene, Porky Is My Name, Governor Ron. Governor Ron now 2 in a row. Governor Ron, coast to coast. It has been determined that You Are Not the Father was second. Porky Is My Name third. Junkyard Justice was fourth. Placing judges posting the top 4 finishers. When that half mile popped up 46-3, you'd have to think Governor Ron, you had to like your chances there. That 4-year-old son of General A-Rod has returned to this season in fine form now. Come off that shelf, off that layoff, was third, and then 2 back-to-back wins here. Was unchallenged through that first quarter, 22-1, 46-3. Got the mile 35-3. Ended up the mile and 16th, 142.38 seconds. Governor Ron with that rail out 48 feet coast to coast, posted as your race winner. Second, number 7, You Are Not the Father. Third, number 2, Porky Is My Name. Fourth goes 8, Junkyard Justice. 1728. 1728. One 728 in race 3 from Horseshoe Indianapolis has been declared official. Coming in the winner's circle to join Petunia and Nicole there alongside Charlie Hancock. Here's number 1, Governor Ron. Governor Ron, a 4-year-old big gelded son by General A-Rod out of the Vibank mare. That gray challenge accepted. The winner is owned by Charlie Hancock and Gigi Lindano, trained by Gigi Lindano and Jane Elliott. Up top for the winning ride, Governor Ron, coast to coast here, makes it 2 in a row with the shoe. Cover the mile and 16th, gate 2 wire in 142.38 seconds. A winner bred here in Indiana by Gigi Lindano and Charlie Hancock. Governor Ron, coast to coast winner, returns 562, 62, 10. The pick 3, 5, 1, and 1. The pick 3 combination of 5, 1, and 1 returns $6.10 for 50 cents. The exacta 1080, the try $7. The daily double was a pair of ones. That was worth $8.40. Dime super $10.22. Race number 4 up next. Race number 4 coming at you. We'll go back to the dirt. 5.5 furlongs for this Indiana bred sired allowance optional claimer. It kicks off that low takeout pick 5. The 50-cent late fire 5 coming at you. Races 4 through 8 starts next in 20 minutes. In the upcoming 4th race, there are no program changes. Three. And they are off. Special gift card broke outwardly, leaving the starting gate, pinched 9 Porter just a touch. Meanwhile, Governor Ron broke sharply for the lead down on the inside. Special gift card has straightened out, will challenge there to the outside from second. Hot Black Coffee back to the turf, shows up to the outside there from third. Junkyard Justice is fourth on the run of the first turn. Then it's Porky Is My Name, You're Not the Father, right in between horses. They go 3 by 3 by 2, and the 2 back markers early 9 Pointer in Tamarack Square. So rounding the turn, chasing Governor Ron, who's up top by a length and a half. Special gift card will track there from the pocket in second. Hot Black Coffee taking a wide angle on that Caesars turf there from third. Porky Is My Name to the inside in fourth. Meanwhile, You Are Not the Father at even money tracks that quartet from fifth and about 4 off the pace. Then 5 or 6 links back to Tamarack Square, who's up a couple of spots. Junkyard Justice is next, and 9 Porter is at the back of the pack. Quarter 22-1. The half mile for Governor Ron 46-3. So it is Governor Ron and Jane Elliott out front, showing the way by 2.5 lengths. Special gift card from second. Tamarack Square still racing there up on the outside. There goes You Are Not the Father with a blitz on the far turn run. So chasing Governor Ron, who's had things his own way. Now You Are Not the Father is being asked to go get the pace setter. Then it's Hot Black Coffee. Porky Is My Name starts to warm up. The maiden is raced up into fourth. Wide angle for 9 Porter from the back. It's Governor Ron off the turn in front by 2. It's Governor Ron who shows the way, still shows the way up top by 3 lengths and widening on You Are Not the Father, who's flat to the boards there at even money. Late on the scene, Porky Is My Name. Governor Ron. Governor Ron now 2 in a row. Governor Ron, coast to coast. Has been determined that You Are Not the Father was second. Porky Is My Name third. Junkyard Justice was fourth.
10 minutes to race 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. What a nice little start to our day here today. This third race, it does look like the fourth race, I'm sorry. It does look like the horses really are enjoying this crisp fall weather, which Jimmy Mack and I kind of alluded to today. But 4 minutes, 10 minutes to race 4. This is the start of the late 50 cent pick 5, 11.99% takeout. A nice sequence today, fast and firm. Can't wait to see what this one pays out today. But Indiana sired, allowance optional claiming. This is the 12-5 class, and these horses are all coming from different races. So we've got horses coming from claiming, from the starter optional 8 that we have, the straight allowances, a couple of them, as well as dropping down from Stakes Company, and also straight claiming for 12-5. So this is a very interesting group. Some of them have ran against each other, and some of them haven't. So this is the kind of stuff that I've been talking about, and I say every year. After Champions Day, the last 3 weeks of the meet are so hard to handicap. And this year, for some reason, normally the beginning of the meet is super easy for me to figure out, and it was tough. So the end is just everyone's trying to get those Indiana breds in for that Indiana money that they can run for before the winter break. So let's talk about the 3, who is my top selection here. The 2 is the 2-1 favorite. Prayer's Beauty, though, is who I'm going to go with on top. Mitchell Merle aboard for Tim Eggleston, and they have had a year, talking again about the end of the meet. Got to talk to Mitch, went out and interviewed a bunch of guys going into April, and he was telling me how many of Tim's horses he was working. And I think him and Tim and Justin and all those guys have all kind of become friends from the Indiana meet. So hopefully we'll get Mitch back next year. I'm hoping that we will, because I also fell in love with his little 3-year-old son, Hayden, as well. Got to give my boy a shout out. This horse has done no wrong. Even the 4th place even finish, that was the debut, and he just freaked out in the gate. Ever since then, 2 wins, 2 seconds in tough company, and Tim probably saw this race and decided to put her in here. Obviously not in for the tag. Rafaela is, and I made it the 1. The 5 and the 1 are the only ones in for the tag. But I think it's going to be pretty easy work for Prayer's Beauty, honestly. 3-year-old filly by Prayer for Relief, who stands here in Indiana, obviously. Just a nice filly and good numbers. She's got early speed, look at all these starts. I mean, whether she was in the 8 hole, still went for the lead 1. She just shoots out of there like a rocket now that she's figured out how to get out of that gate. Then we're going to go to the 1 here on the inside. I made it 7-2 right now on the tote board. That speed last race put up a 74 Brisnet speed figure, which was the highest of the most recent races. And then Prayer's Beauty has the best speed at the distance right behind that at 73. So kind of interesting there, but it was a claiming for 12-5, so it was easier company. Like I said, they're sprinting on the dirt. This was at a mile on the dirt last time, so it's pretty different. Now, when you take out that mile race, hasn't run to those numbers in any of her races before. This 4-year-old filly has ran 17 times and been in the money 10, so she's a good in the money, bet. And she ran a straight allowance on the stop July 15th and won. I think she likes routing, and I think she likes an off track, but we'll see what she can do here on the inside going short. I think just based on that number, she's going to be one that you need to include. And then I put in Rafaela, the 5. Michelle Elliott co-owns this one with Just for Fun Stables. She also bred this one with Just for Fun. 4-year-old filly who is coming off of a turf race. In this kind of race, the optional claiming for 12-5, but it was a starter, so she honestly is switching it up also completely differently. So then you go back, okay, and you look at some of those races. Claiming for 15 back in May, a nice 3rd sprinting on the dirt. So she does have some going short dirt form for sure. I think that she's pretty interesting in this group. she kind of gets finicky about her trip, to be honest with you. If it doesn't go the way she wants, she's got to be involved early, I think. I think if she's not up there early, it doesn't seem to really interest her after that point. But Jose Gutierrez up for Michelle here. I think that this is going to be kind of an interesting race, and I thought maybe throw this in as a long shot. It's 5-1 right now. But I'm going to go with the 3 at 5-2. 1, 2, 3. It could be any of them, according to the bettors. Any of these inside horses. Remember to play the late pick 5 here. Starts in race 4. We're going to throw up Brian's ticket for this sequence here shortly. Good luck.
Up on the track for race number 4, Indiana bred sired fillies and mares. 2 other than optional claimer of 12-5 here. Field of 6 to go. Win, place, show, exacta, try, super, daily double. Starts at pick 3 and it starts at 50-cent pick 5 and races 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Post time in just a few minutes. Race 4 kicks off the pick 5 with no program changes. Approaching the gate, less than a minute. Race 4, the pick 5 starts here. Less than a minute. Here they come. They've reached the starting gate. It's post time. I Made It goes in. Daughter of Barishnikov. Sakra's Quest. Claremont and Klopp. Prayer's Beauty. The Eggleston barn moves in. Half the field loaded. City Prayers. Rafaela. And CV Scenic Legacy, the final 3. City Prayers being packed in by the gate crew there. Rafaela coming forward. And CV Scenic Legacy. Second start of the year going in. They are at the post. And they are racing. Awkward beginning for Prayers Beauty. She hopped at the start and is last. Clean beginning, though, for City Prayers, who rockets to the front. Sakra's Quest away in the second position. After that slow beginning, there goes Prayers Beauty with a backstretch blitz. She was last, and she's up into a share of the lead and about to be in the lead here as Prayers Beauty tugging hard against Mitchell Murrow. Go challenge City Prayers there early. 3 wide, CV Scenic Legacy is raced up into a joint third with Sakra's Quest and Rafaela, and I Made It is watching all this from the back of the pack. The quarter, 22-2. City Prayers showing the way. Prayers Beauty to the outside in second. Rafaela being asked to come get him from third. Sakra's Quest, she's back into fourth, covered up to the outside by CV Scenic Legacy. I Made It still last. Top of the home stretch, and it's City Prayers off the turn, driving in front by 2.5 lengths. Prayers Beauty made that early mid-race move. She's flat to the boards. Up the inside, Rafaela, and with a 16th left to go, City Prayers is in front by 4 to the inside. Sakra's Quest on a rebid with Rafaela, but no doubt about the winner. City Prayers punched home by about a half a dozen. Rafaela was second in that photo there with Sakra's Quest. From last I Made It got up to be fourth in 105 flat. City Prayers, now a 3-time winner. Judges posting number 4, City Prayers as the race winner. They've called for a photograph for the second spot 4 and a photo finish. Result of the photograph showed number 5, Rafaela, to be second. Third, number 2, Sakra's Quest. Fourth, number 1, I Made It. 4, 5, 2, 1. 4, 5, 2, and 1. Four, 5, 2, 1 here. The 5.5 covered 105.18. City Prayers, coast-to-coast victory here. She took on Open Company last start. That Open non-winners of 3 where she had a little bit of trouble at the starting gate today, but she had a clean trip today and broke sharply and never looked back. Here she is coming into the circle, number 4, City Prayers, a sophomore, dark bay around daughter by Prayer for Relief. Out of the City Weekend mare, her name was City Seduction. The winner's owned by the Heron Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by John Heron, and Alberto Burgos was given the leg up by Socorro there. Number 4, City Prayers, now a 3-time winner from 13 starts, bred in Indiana by Sue Belden and Rhonda Day. And race 4 is official, 4-5-2-1 official. Well, 3-1 on the winner was the first decently priced horse today, City Prayers, $8.80, $4.40, $3. Pick 3, $9.20. The winning exacta was 4 and 5. That was worth $44.80. 50-cent try, $31.45. The double, that was a nice payout, $22.80. Dime Super, $11.71. City Prayers kicks off the late Fire 5 at 3-1. Up next, race number 5, the second leg of the Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3. We're going to head back out to the turf course, where the turf course listed as firm with that turf rail all the way out to 48 feet. In the 5th race, jockey change on the 1 to Sammy Bermudez. Take out number 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Scratch the 6 and scratch the 11 through 16 here in race number 5. A mile on the firm turf to start the Itoba $1 pick 4 in 22. And they are racing. Awkward beginning for Prayers Beauty. She hopped at the start and is last. Clean beginning, though, for City Prayers, who rockets to the front. Sacra's Quest away in the second position. After that slow beginning, there goes Prayers Beauty with a backstretch blitz. She was last, and she's up into a share of the lead and about to be in the lead here as Prayers Beauty tugging hard to get Mitchell Murrow. Go challenge City Prayers there early. 3 wide, CV Scenic Legacy is raced up into a joint third with Sacra's Quest and Rafaela, and I Made It is watching all this from the back of the pack. The quarter, 22 and 2. City Prayers showing the way. Prayers Beauty to the outside in second. Rafaela being asked to come get him from third. Sacra's Quest, she's back into fourth, covered up to the outside by CV Scenic Legacy. I Made It still last. Top of the home stretch, and it's City Prayers off the turn, driving in front by 2.5 lengths. Prayers Beauty made that early mid-race move. She's flat to the boards. Up the inside, Rafaela, and with a 16th left to go, City Prayers is in front by 4 to the inside. Sacra's Quest on a rebid with Rafaela, but no doubt about the winners. City Prayers punched home by about a half a dozen. Rafaela was second in that photo there with Sacra's Quest. From last I Made It got up, and they Well, City Prayers takes them coast to coast there in race number 4 to start off the Pick 5 in style. Now, race number 5 will start off the $1 Itoba Pick 4, and it's a $1 base bet on races 5, 6, 7, and 8. We head out back to the turf course here for race number 5. Again, that turf rail set to 48 feet. The track condition is listed as firm. There's a scratch of the 6 and then all the alsos in here. Now, pretty competitive field. When I'm looking at this race, is trying to find a horse. The first turf race we had, Governor Ron went wire to wire. He was unchallenged and probably the best horse, but my angle is kind of on a turf course when the rail's always out. I always look for some speed. I think it's tough to pass horses when the rail's out, and searched and searching here. And I think Justifiable Steal is where I'm going to land here. I think this horse should press. You know, with the 6 coming out of here, I think that leaves that horse to be probably the fastest horse in here. I would think this one raced a couple of times, showed speed on debut at that 7.5 furlong on the turf event, and then before trying that auction race at Churchill. But Justifiable Steal, she's by Justify out of a Munnings mare. I think she's the speed of the speed. She's got a jockey that's well known to be a speed rider in Fernando de la Cruz, our leading jockey. And this big chestnut filly, I think, is it's going to be tough to run down here, racing for Terry Stevens. Of course, we know Terry Stevens, owner of Chunk of Gold, who ran in the Kentucky Derby and had that big dominant win last week. But Terry Stevens will give Fernando de la Cruz a leg up here at 9-5, and it's my top pick for those reasons. The horse has the pedigree, the horse has the speed, the connections, and seems to be in good form, and does drop in class here. So definitely one I want to have on my tickets here. Now, one that's not going to be 9-5 is number 9, Little Value Added. I think you do get some value here. This one is dropping in class. Debuted for Helen Pitts here at Indiana on October 9th, and it was a race they tried to get on the turf, came off the turf, and mile 70 on the main, and kind of just ran around there, hopped at the start, was wide, and then just kind of spit it just outside the quarter pole, and kind of got a learning experience. I look for this horse to move forward. Helen Pitt's a very, very good trainer. This one's by Known Agenda out of a Mr. Greeley mare, and this filly, I think, merits a big chance in here. She's certainly taking some action now at 7-1, and Helen Pitts does very well in all applicable categories. Now, she hasn't really ran too many horses here at this meet, but she does win, and in fact, when she runs horses at a route on the turf, she wins it better than 25%. So this is one I want to add. Little Value Added, I think, will add some value to the ticket, and the horse is a good looker there in the paddock here. Big, tall, lanky thing, and Little Value Added will get Victor LeBron up top at 7-1. Now, for third, number 3, Improved Position, this is one that is 8-1. Jane Elliott with a win on the program earlier. She won our first turf race with Governor Ron for Gigi Hancock Gigi Lindano and Charlie Hancock, but Improved Position debuts here for Michelle Nihei, and this one, prior to its most recent work, was training at CDT. That's Churchill Downs Training Center, or the Spectrum, if you want to call it, and seemed to be training okay. What I do like about this one, they took it to owner Troy Levy's tropical racing of this one is Circle 8 Farms there in Versailles, and worked it over the turf. So she hasn't raced, yet she has turf experience, which is very unique in these parts of the country. It's hard to get over the turf until you run for it the first time. Some places you can get a turf work card, if you're nominated to a stake or something, but it's hard for horses that's never raced to try it out, and she does have a work over it. I like that. Michelle's a very, very good trainer, and the horse is a looker too as well, and taking a tiny bit of support, 9-1, but I have to have this horse on all my tickets if I'm playing, those multi-race wagers, including like the $1 pick 4 that starts here. I'm going to use those horses in here. If you're playing along, it's a $1 base bet. Reduced takeout just 15%, and these things have been paying very, very good here. I'm going to use the 3 horses we talked about, the 2, 3, and 9, but I'll also add in the 5 and 7. The 5, Barra Peninsula. Jerry O'Dwyer here will give a leg up to Walter Rodriguez back from his vacation. This one was just third against a similar level at the 25, taking a bit of drop in class, but went off 3-1 that day. Had a big excuse. The horses certainly could win here. That wouldn't surprise me. 3-1 on that one. Also, number 7, Midnight Eve. Jack Hancock will give a leg up to Alberto Burgos, who just won our 4th race. And this one is going to be a price. I expect this one to go off probably second longest shot on the board, number 7, Midnight Eve. So we'll go 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9 here in race number 5. Then race 6 will spread out 3 deep on this $1 base bet ticket. It costs you $30 all in all. We'll use number 1, Tail Gunner. Probably be a single on a lot of people's tickets. That horse took all the money on debut. there in race number 6, and had a big excuse, ran in behind Mister, nobody was beating that horse that day, but definitely was second best. But Tail Gunner 6-1, I don't think we'll get that kind of price, but is one I want to use. One that is a price I think you should use in race number 6 is the 8 Trust the Word. Pretty decently bred, Indiana bred there, racing for Ray Hernandez by 1,000 words out of that Noble's Promise mare we all know and trusted, and Trust the Word to get a 5-pound break in weight there in race number 6 from Jose Gutierrez. Now, number 11, Thousands of Hope will be a short price, 3.5 to 1 on the morning line. Debuted, and you can draw a line through that one. The horse had a nightmarish type of trip on debut. Anything that could go wrong did go wrong. Since then, the horse has been working very well, and prior to its last start, had a bullet work, put a little speed in her. Inning with that 3 furlong drill of 35 and 2. That was a gate drill. The horse subsequently ran on October 7th. Showed speed, flash speed, was second, beat 2 lengths to many in this race, and it is a must-use for me in race number 6. Race 7, I think the horse to beat is number 8, Humor Me Baby, from the barn of Brendan Walsh and Evan Roman, the 2016 Nations Eclipse Award winner as an apprentice will have the call. Evan's just 10 away from 1,000 wins, and I'm hoping he's only 9 after this race. Humor Me Baby, probably be a short price, but I think on paper-wise, she's definitely the horse to beat for me. I'll also add number 3, Stress Test. It's a first-time starter, well-bred for Barry and Joni there. Hard spun out of a Tisnow mare. Joe Sharp does very well with his 2-year-olds and firsters, and Gabe Saez, a really good strong rider, and has the call. That one is 8 to 1. That will take us to race number 8, the final thoroughbred race to close out that Itoba pick 4. And I'll go for number 10, Gold Diggin' Devil. This one faced Open Company last start and was 4th, only beating the length. It comes back to restricted state-bred competition where we probably was the best horse 2 races back, but I think on the class relief here, I think that is the horse to beat. So we'll go 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9 with 1, 8, 11 with 3, 8 with 10. It's a $30 play. The horses are on the way to the track here for the 5th. Good luck. Maiden filly 2-year-old stepping trackside for the 5th race. A maiden claimer for $20,000 is the claiming tag. A mile on the firm turf with that turf rail setting at 48 feet here for the 5th. In this race, jockey change the 1 will be Sammy Bermudez. Take out numbers 6, 11, 12, 13, and 14. 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All the also eligibles and the 6th. All withdrawn here out of the 5th. If you're here on track and you got your program, if you notice the 2 Justifiable Steal, this is for only those of you on track, has had 2 lifetime starts. It doesn't show any in the on-track program in some of those, but there is a PP, an additional sheet there at the program stand if you didn't get it on this 8-5 shot here in the 5th, number 2 Justifiable Steal. Win, play, show, exact to try, super, daily double, starts at pick 3, also starts the $1 pick 4, presented by Itoba. The 2-year-old fillies are approaching the starting gate. Just about to cross over to the beautiful manicured turf course here for this fast turf event. The firm turf event at 48 feet, the field for the 5th. Making their way to crossover will be the first one, Spastic Bid. She's the daughter of Vino Rosso at 16-1 coming across. Barra Peninsula. Going over. Here comes Justifiable Steel, the even money shot, walking across. Midnight Eve for James and Lewis. Jackie Hancock, the conditioner. Midnight Eve, 22-1. Now improved position on debut with Jane Elliott. Now goes 14-1 coming up. Those two, Midnight Eve, improved position, the next two to load. Bolt Bayou. Bolt Bayou on the stretch out. Gets the break and weight here with the Bug Boy moving into line. Improved position. Daughter of Accelerate. Backs off now. Looks like Jane Elliott has dismounted. They'll go ahead and load. Improved position without Jane. Now she's climbing up in the framework there. The V. They stalled next to it. Now she'll climb aboard and reunite with improved position. Cloudless Day for Ken Ayers and Sippy coming up. In goes Little Value Added on turf debut. One out, waiting on Mess Cool to the outside. Mess Cool. Just about set. 57-1 on Mess Cool. Assistant starters working with her while the others stand still. Now she's in. They're at the post. And they are off. Good level beginning. From the middle, Cloudless Day, Barra Peninsula flashing speed, but from the high draw, Mess Cool is going to try to cross and clear as they race by us for the first time. So Mess Cool, she'll be stretched though, as Justifiable Steel will not give up that rail, and these two hook up on the run the first turn. Then the trio of Cloudless Day, Barra Peninsula, and up to the outside, Little Value Added on the run around the first turn. Spastic Bid comes along the inner rail from 6th and 4 or 5 back to improved position, who's 2 in front of Midnight Eve, and a similar margin back to Bolt Bayou, who's a long way last. They really start to stretch out here as they turn up the backside. The quarter, 22 seconds flat. Justifiable Steel, the daughter of Justify, shows the way. A long neck there to Mess Cool, that 81-1 long shot, pressing the favorite to the outside from second. Cloudless Day to the inside. The Indiana bred is third. She's covered up by Little Value Added, who's on turf debut for Helen Pitts from fourth. Barra Peninsula is fifth and within striking range. Spastic Bid has came off the rail to a wide angle in the far turn run, 6 or 7 back to improved position. Then Midnight Eve, still nothing from Bolt Bayou, who's way out of it. Half mile, 45 and 3. It's Justifiable Steel. Here comes Cloudless Day up to the inside. Little Value Added there. Spastic Bids tipped up 4 or 5 wide. Barra Peninsula saving every ground, top at home stretch, and Justifiable Steel at even money turns for home to the good. It's Cloudless Day now. Barra Peninsula, she finally found room. She switches to the outside flank of Cloudless Day, and here she comes charging at the pace setter Justifiable Steel. But Justifiable Steel got first run. Barra Peninsula loose and charging, but loose and charging in defeat to Justifiable Steel all the way up top for Terry Stevens, wins and stops the timer in 1:36 flat. Judges posting the top 4 finishers here for race number 5, that opening leg of the Pick 4 are presented by Itoba, the top 4 finishers. Winner number 2, Justifiable Steel. Second, number 5, Barrow Peninsula. Third was number 4, Cloudless Day. Fourth goes 1, Spastic Bid. 2541. Once again, the top 4 numbers for race number 5. The winner was number 2. Her name was Justifiable Steel. Second, number 5, Barrow Peninsula. Third, 4, Cloudless Day. And fourth was the 1, Spastic Bid. Justifiable Steel, she goes virtually gate to wire. Covered the mile here in 136 flat. Two, 5, 4, 1. Into the winner's circle to join Aaron West, Jose, Lupe, and staff alongside Dina and Larry Holt with that winner's circle ceremony. Number 2, Justifiable Steel. She's a 2-year-old chestnut daughter by Justify. Out of the Munnings mare named Northern Beauty. The winner's owned by Terry Stevens, trained by Aaron West, and ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz. Number 2, Justifiable Steel. She breaks her maiden here start number 3. Gate to wire in 136 flat. Justifiable Steel, a PA bred by Blackstone Farm, LLC. So even money obliges here in the first leg of the Itoba Pick 4, 420, 240, 220. Exact 1140, the try $7.30. The daily double 4 and 2 was worth $18.20. $1 pick 4, $49.10. Dime super, $4.72. The pick 3, $16.70. So another early pick 5 given out by Brian Aragoni here. That winning combination, 5 of 5 in the pick 5, $65.35. Up next, race number 6 from Horseshoe Indy. Race number 6, the 2-year-old Indiana bred maiden to go 5.5 furlongs will be at the gate in 19 minutes. Race number 6, win place show, exact to try, super. Starts the final thoroughbred pick 3. Rolling daily double, and the Pentafecto will be offered here. The 10-cent grand high 5. It's 10-cent base bet, top 5 finishers, and they'll be at the gate in 19 minutes. they are off. Good level beginning. From the middle, cloudless day, Barrow Peninsula flashing speed, but from the high draw, Mescool is going to try to cross and clear as they race by us for the first time. So Mescool, she'll be stretched, though, as Justifiable Steel will not give up that rail, and these two hook up on the run the first turn. Then the trio of Cloudless Day, Barrow Peninsula, and up to the outside, Little Value Added on the run around the first turn. Spastic Bid comes along the inner rail from 6th and 4 or 5 back to improved position, who's 2 in front of Midnight Eve, and a similar margin back to Bolt Bayou, who's a long way last. They really start to stretch out here as they turn up the backside, the quarter 22 seconds flat. Justifiable Steel, the daughter of Justify, shows the way. A long neck there to Mescool, that 81-1 long shot, pressing the favorite to the outside from second. Cloudless Day to the inside. The Indiana bred is third. She's covered up by Little Value Added, who's on turf debut for Helen Pitts from fourth. Barrow Peninsula is fifth and within striking range. Spastic Bid came off the rail to a wide angle in the far turn run, 6 or 7 back to improved position. Then Midnight Eve, still nothing from Bolt Bayou, who's way out of it. Half mile 45 and 3. It's Justifiable Steel. Here comes Cloudless Day up to the inside. Little Value Added there. Spastic Bids tipped up 4 or 5 wide. Barrow Peninsula saving every ground. Top of the home stretch, and Justifiable Steel at even money turns for home to the good. It's Cloudless Day now. Barrow Peninsula, she finally found room. She switches to the outside flank of Cloudless Day, and here she comes charging at the pace setter Justifiable Steel. But Justifiable Steel got first run. Barrow Peninsula loose and charging, but loose and charging in defeat to Justifiable Steel all the way up top for Terry Stevens, wins and stops the timer in 1:36 flat.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Another favorite comes home to score. Fernando de la Cruz makes every pole a winning one in race number 5. Let's move along to race number 6. In here, 10 minutes away from being back out on that main track. We'll be on the turf again in race number 7. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here in a full starting gate. 12 of them set to battle it out. 2-year-olds, all bred in the state of Indiana. You've got state-bred competition filling up the starting gate. You love to see it in October here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the 2-year-olds. Many of them with experience, but still plenty of first-time starters going to the gate for the first time in their careers, at least in the afternoon, as we're 9 minutes away from race number 6. Let's take a look at this field. I happen to fancy a 2-year-old chestnut by Tiz the Law, champion Tiz the Law to Mama Mary. $57,000 sales purchase back in October of last year. Was actually a reserve not attained at $110,000 at the OBS sale, and then came back a couple of months later and went for $57,000 off that $30,000 stud fee with Tiz the Law. Richard Perkins has had 4 horses with Tony Granitz. All of them have been quite good. In fact, I believe 3 out of the 4 thus far, with the exception of Tail Gunner, have all banked over $100,000 in here for Richard Perkins. Mama Mary, the broodmare, she hasn't been as successful as Richard and Tony have been teaming up. The broodmare and the siblings, not much to write home about. In fact, they're just not very good. But Tony Granitz, he wins at 16% with first-time starters. Second-time starters, he wins at an improved 18%. Both numbers are very good in here. And this is a horse, Tail Gunner, who looked all dressed up at the top of the lane, was well held, and then kind of came under a ride and just had no response. Now, it is a tall task to ask a horse to win at first asking, going off at even money. But somebody thought they knew something, and I was one of them. Went off below even money. I remember that day, loaded at 3 to 5, went off at even money. Looked picture perfect as they do down here in the walking ring, and just couldn't get the distance. They were hung out very wide into that first turn. They broke from the 7th hole, 7th position in the 8-horse field, and never got an opportunity to tuck in. They were kind of well held midway through the turn in a perfect spot, and then just faded in the lane. There was nothing when the real running started. Tail Gunner cuts back today. Second-time starter for Tony Granitz, always a good sign. Should be more fit. Drawing the rail is a little bit of a concern, though, however. This horse didn't break all that alertly going a mile, didn't show much early speed, did put himself in a tactical position, certainly, but drawing the inside for a lightly raced horse who's on the cutback, that is a concern, but it appears the bettors have found this one as well. 6-1 morning line, currently 5-2 on the board, but a horse that I'm going to be intrigued by is a first-time starter, a $15,000 Keeneland sales grad last year, a year ago, trying to get the return on their investment. They'll get the 5-pound weight break with Gutierrez aboard, as Ray Hernandez owns and trains this 2-year-old chestnut by thousands words. Ray's done himself very good here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The problem is, trust the word, did not trust the starting gate last time out. This horse was entered to run 3 weeks ago to the day on October 7th, was a veterinarian scratch at the gate after acting up. Comes in with some decent breeding as well, as Biomare named Entrusted, who was a 4-time winner for Mike Lauer, banked over $130,000. That's the good news. The bad news is this is the first foal. So I'm not always high on first foals. I do know that this horse took some action on debut, has a decent workout since then, but even though Trust the Word is cool, calm, and collected in the walking ring, we'll have to see as this one approaches the starting gate if they get fractious again, or if they understand how it's going to be handled this time out. But Trust the Word has some upside, as Ray Hernandez has been very good here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, especially with first-time starters. We'll see if the Keeneland sales grad can get the Indiana money in here. 16-1 on the board, Chile at this point, but thousands of hopes. And Manny Esquivel and Gennaro Garcia look to improve on their second-place finish last time out. They ran on October 7th here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, a day in which the skies opened and plenty of rain fell. It was a sloppy track, and it was an absolute no-passing zone, and race number 6 was no different. Thousands of hopes broke sharp, track just off Happy Moment, and kind of chased that one all the way around in a merry-go race. They tracked in second. They were ultimately in chase mode, never looked overly comfortable, but did stay on very nicely. The second and third place runners were a length clear of the rest of that field. Has every right to continue to improve. Second start off the layoff in here, has experience, has the outside attack post, has a nice bullet workout October 3rd leading into that last race. I think there's a lot of upside for Thousands of Hopes. Appears that this one may vie for favoritism with your inside runner, but I like this post position much better than I do on the inside. We'll see if Tail Gunner can live up to the hype this time around. Cutting back in distance, Joe Ramos going to keep the mount in here for Tony Granitz as the riders getting the leg up. 12 Indiana breds will go to the gate. 1 will return a maiden no more, and Jimmy gives you the call next.
The horses stepping trackside for race number 6 at Horseshoe Indy. Race number 6, Indiana bred maiden 2-year-old special weight to go 5.5 on a fast main. 12 to go, win place show, exacta try super, daily double starts pick 3, and also 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wagering offered here. They'll be at the gate in just a couple of minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Indy Kid. My Friend Wilson. Mo. Foganero. Airdrop on the turn back. Cat Spirit for Southwest Racing going in. Airdrops locked up in the pink. Thousands of Hopes. Thousands of Hopes. The other one for Southwest and Gennaro. 2-1. And just waiting on Mega Witch. Mega Witch coming forward 43-1. Now Thousands of Hopes backed out again. Outrider John Neal coming to assist. He's in. Now Mega Witch moving forward. Locked up. They're at the post. And they are racing. My Friend Wilson broke in a tangle. It was a fast beginning. Up on the outside for Thousands of Hopes from between horses. Cat Spirit, Tail Gunner, Forever Hope. A real log jam on the front end, including Indy Kid and Almo on the run down the backstretch. So Tail Gunner to the inside. The son of Tis the Law clears off, shakes Clue by about a length from Almo there from second. Cat Spirit to the outside in third. Thousands of Hopes way out wide fourth. Mega Witch even further out than it is Indy Kid to the inside. A couple lengths further back as they work around the turn to Foganero. Then it is Forever Hope, Hunted Prayer, still two back to Trust the Word, 4 or 5. Back to Airdrop, who is second last, and My Friend Wilson out the back door, the quarter 22 and 2. Here comes Almo up to the outside of Tail Gunner. Almo to the outside, Tail Gunner to the inside. Clear sailing to the outside for Thousands of Hopes as the whip comes out on Tail Gunner, who's responding for Ramos. It's Tail Gunner holding off that charge of Almo, who's pressuring up to the outside. Thousands of Hopes with a 16th to go. Tail Gunner holding sway. Tail Gunner was heavily bet on debut. Thousands of Hope lunging. Tail Gunner making amends today. Then it was Thousands of Hope from the clouds. Airdrop ran on to be in a photograph for the minors there, but no doubt about the winner. Tail Gunner was bet down heavily on debut, but turns back to the 5.5 furlongs and gets home at 3-2 in 106.19. Judges posting number 1, Tail Gunner as the race winner. Second, number 11, Thousands of Hopes. Third, number 4, Almo. The photograph sign has been hung for fourth. 111-4 in a photo. Tail Gunner took that late money 3-2. Had a trouble trip on debut where he was the favorite. Ended up third that day. Probably should have been second. Nobody was beating the winner that day. That horse named Mr. T, of course, we all know came back here on Champions Day and dominated, did Mr. T, for Bailey Recchi and Mitchell Merle. But Tail Gunner makes amends today. Took all the heat and kept on going here. Tail Gunner, that son of Tis the Law, who's coming back to the winner's circle here. Now the placing judges have posted number 5, Fog and Narrow, to be 5th for that pentafecta, that grand high 5, 111, 410, 5. Into the winner's circle, Tail Gunner, a 2-year-old chestnut colt by Tis the Law, out of the Bodemeister mare named Mama Mary. The winner's owned by Richard Perkins, trained by Anthony Granitz, and ridden to victory by Joseph Ramos. Number 1, Tail Gunner, bred in Indiana by Piece of Heaven Thoroughbreds. The winner breaks maiden start number 2, turns back to the 5.5 furlongs, gate to wire 106.1, 9 seconds. And the winner at 3-2, $5, $322.60. Pentafecta was nice, $117.30. The pick 3, $20.90. Exacta 1 and 11, wow, $26.60, 50-cent try, $43.70. The 2-1 daily double, $15.40. Dime super, $40.26. Nice payouts there with that 3-2 shot on top. Logical horses there, and that pentafecta, $117.30. Up next, race number 7 in 20 minutes. Race number 7 will head back to the turf course over that firm turf. 5 furlongs is the distance. Take out numbers 111 and 12. 111 and 12 all scratched from the upcoming 7th race, which will be at the gate in 19 minutes. Final chance to bet a pick 3 here on this Tuesday. And they are racing. My friend Wilson broke in a tangle. It was a fast beginning. Up on the outside for Thousands of Hopes from between horses. Cat Spirit, Tail Gunner, Forever Hope. A real log jam on the front end, including Indy Kid and Almo on the run down the backstretch. So Tail Gunner to the inside. The son of Tis the Law clears off, shakes Clue by about a length from Almo there from second. Cat Spirit to the outside in third. Thousands of Hopes way out wide fourth. Mega Witch even further out than it is Indy Kid to the inside, a couple lengths further back as they work around the turn to Fog and Arrow. Then it is Forever Hope, Hunted Prayers, still 2 back to Trust the Word, 4 or 5 back to Airdrop, who is second last, and My Friend Wilson out the back door, the quarter 22 and 2. Here comes Almo up to the outside of Tail Gunner. Almo to the outside, Tail Gunner to the inside, clear sailing to the outside for Thousands of Hopes as the whip comes out on Tail Gunner, who's responding for Ramos. It's Tail Gunner holding off that charge of Almo, who's pressuring up to the outside. Thousands of Hopes with a 16th to go. Tail Gunner holding sway. Tail Gunner was heavily bet on debut. Thousands of Hope lunging. Tail Gunner making amends today. Then it was Thousands of Hope from the clouds. Airdrop ran on to be in a photo post. And they are
welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Final pick 3 of the day. Final turf race of your Tuesday here. Scratch 1, 11, and 12. 12 were entered. 9 will battle it out over 5 furlongs on that firm turf course. 48 feet is the rail setting in here. And I'm going to go to your favorite, 6-5 in here. Not fancied by many of the first-time starters in here. I think Humor Me Baby, a 2-year-old filly who, frankly, hasn't worked out thus far. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis after 3 tries at Ellis Park, Kentucky Downs in a $162,000 race. Gets a ton of class relief in here today. They're not waving the white flag entirely. Not in for a tag at all today. They are still running protected in this spot, but getting a ton of class relief for the $300,000 purchase in here by Munnings. This 2-year-old filly is out of Humor Me Colonel and Colonel John. The mare, she raced 1 time. She ran second over at Monmouth, and she's been quite productive as a broodmare. In fact, 50% of her foals have gone on to have success. Maybe most notably was Beautiful Empire, who banked $157,000, having the lion's share of success, including a stakes victory up at Woodbine as well. But this one has shown enough tactical speed, just hasn't shown the ability to ever get the lead and see it out when it's all said and done. Comes in off of a race at Kentucky Downs. That can be challenging in and of itself for a lightly raced horse who's still figuring things out. We'll see how it shakes out today. 6-5 on the board. Brendan Walsh doing very nice work here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, as he is all the way around the country. He's winning at 22%, just a hair above that 17% around the nation. Evan Roman going to be calling the shots. This one was the beaten favorite over at Ellis Park, then ran into a good turf course and had a sneaky amount of trouble at Kentucky Downs. Now gets a ton of class relief. Strictly the horse to beat in here. Even money projections when it's all said and done. But the 10 is lightly raced and going to the turf for the first time. This Kentucky bred by Windstar Farms, now owned by Joel Pilati. How You Do Something is a 2-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Hard One. You got Candy right on the top, Hard Spun on the bottom. You would think this one would excel with the surface change in here. Went off at 3-1 on a day in which it was a no passing zone here, October 7th. Didn't get the lead, closed into it okay. I thought it was a decent race. They were closing in on a day where, frankly, no one else did. The mare, she was all turf. She ran 9 times. 7 of the 9 were on the turf. She wasn't a win machine. She finished her career as a maiden, and this is the first full. So based on the mare loving the turf, I think this one should move up on the turf. Today they were actually entered to run on the turf. Last time out, they stayed in the sloppy off-turf event. Gets Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Tom Amos, a man who's been a leading trainer here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and Indiana Grand many a times, and he does not need a map to our winner's circle. We'll see How You Do Something improve on the turf. 10-1, you're clear. Second choice in here. But what about downtown Rita Brown? Thomas Malloy, Danny Sheehy, these guys teamed up for a win yesterday on our turf course. They're a big overlay as well. 3-1 morning line went off at 6-1 and helped spark that $31,000 payout in the pick 5 as well as a $10,000 $1 pick 4 payout as well. So some big prices. It's a Keeneland sales grad back in 2023. They've been patient with. The trainer and the rider did very well yesterday. Prior to that, excuse me, they hadn't always had a ton of success, but a very small sample size. Tom Malloy is 0 for 6 with first-time starters, so make what you want of that. Hasn't always had him cranked and ready to go at first asking. Not much to go off of with the breeding in here. Special Brownies was an unraced mare by Freud out of Plinking, and this is the first full, so make what you want of that. Did draw $18,000 at the Keeneland sales ring back in 2023. Tom Malloy and Danny Sheehy teamed up with a winner yesterday at 6-1. Could be any sort. May have brought some live ones here from Turfway Park, but is winless with first-time starters. But you're going to get a fair price at 20-1. I think Humor Me Baby getting plenty of class relief in here. Finally finds her friends, and we'll see if that royal breeding pays off for this 2-year-old filly by Munning. Humor Me Baby and Evan Roman 6-5, the horse to beat. But is it the horse to bet? That's for you to figure out. 5 minutes away from race number 7.
the track for race number 7. Race number 7, out to the turf we go. 5 furlongs on the firm turf. Turf rail at 48 feet. Takeout numbers 1, 11, and 12. Maiden filly 2-year-olds to go to the turf here. It's a straight maiden event. Win, play, show, exacted, try, super, daily double. And also grand high 5 pentafecta wagering. Post time for race 7 from the shoe in just a couple of minutes. So, race fans, we have a late jockey change being announced for the first time in race number 8. Race number 8, jockey change for number 5, No Proof. The rider will be Irving Moncada. 8th race, number 5, No Proof, now ridden by Irving Moncada. Also, that rider change in the 9th race. 9th race, number 8, Corona Pollo to Luis Martinez. Again, LD Martinez on the 8 Corona Pollo. Crossing over to the Caesars Turf here for race number 7. Maiden filly 2-year-olds to sprint 5 furlongs. Stress Test. A firster homebred here by Hard Spun out of that Tis Now mare. Downtown Rita Brown coming across. Stress Test. Gabe Saez moving in. Downtown Rita Brown. Loading up. Humor Me, Baby. We'll load up soon as Stress Test goes forward. So Gabe Saez is going to jump off Stress Test. They'll load her without Gabe, and she walks right in. Now Gabe climbing back up to reunite. Humor Me Baby, that daughter of Munnings, out of the Colonel John mare coming up. Here's Enophilia by Vino Rosso. Humor Me Baby, Evan Roman, 10 wins away from 1,000. The Eclipse Award-winning Prentice has the call. I See the Moon. Sovereign Grace for Fausto and Joel Polides. How You Do Something. Up to the outside. Marcelino Pedroza. Those red and white checks. How You Do Something conditioned by Tom Amos. Torlin Candy Daughter. 4-1 on the tote board. Now she goes up and in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Slow beginning for Downtown Rita Brown. Not a fast one for Sovereign Grace, but it was a rocket beginning for Humor Me Baby. Dream Chicks being asked to go get her from the inside. How You Do Something came away racing in third. Ginger Peachy is fourth and about 3.5 off the pace. To the inside is Stress Test. Advancing from between horses, there goes Downtown Rita Brown with a backstretch brush, and Sovereign Grace is going with her. Meanwhile, I See the Moon is second last, and Enophilia is at the back of the pack. Humor Me Baby up top with the target on her back. She's 6-5 and just drilled a quarter. How about 21-3? And it's Humor Me Baby, the daughter of Munnings, fleet-footed on the front end. Dream Chick is second. How You Do Something third. Up the inside is Ginger Peachy as they straightaway for the stretch run. And Humor Me Baby flashing those feet to the field as Dream Chick still being asked to come get him. There is a spill in the stretch as Humor Me Baby still clear. Dream Chick is gone second up the inside. Stress Test, but Humor Me Baby, Evan Roman win 991. Dream Chick was second, then it was Stress Test third, and How You Do Something checked in fourth. There was a spill just about the furlong grounds as Sovereign Grace went wrong. Stand by. Again, we did have an incident just about the furlong grounds. Sovereign Grace fell and unseated Alex Ashard. Excuse me, that was not Sovereign Grace. It was I See the Moon. I See the Moon. Correction, I See the Moon did go down about the furlong grounds. Orlando Boca Chica is up on his feet. Again, pardon me, that was I See the Moon unseating jockey Orlando Boca Chica. He is walking off the turf course under his own power. Again, Orlando Boca Chica, who rode the 5 I See the Moon, is walking off the turf course onto the main track under his own power. Albeit a tiny bit gingerly, but he is up on his feet. Stewards have hung the inquiry sign looking into that incident in the stretch concerning the 5 I See the Moon. Again, inquiry sign has been posted due to that incident in the stretch concerning the 5. Now, the top 5 finishers have been posted. Number 8, Humor Me Baby, was the winner. Second, number 2, Dream Chick. Third was the 3, Stress Test. Fourth, number 10, How You Do Something. And fifth goes 6, Ginger Peachy. 8, 2, 3, 10, 6. 8, 2, 3, 10, 6. Again, unofficial. The stewards have posted the inquiry into that incident in the stretch. Again, General Steward's inquiry concerning that incident in the stretch, 82310-6. Unofficial. Into the winner's circle, wire to wire. Winner, number 8, Humor Me Baby, a 2-year-old bay daughter by Munnings out of the Colonel John mare named Humor Me Colonel. The winner's owned by Will Straw at Andrew Farm, the Mount Melick Farm, and for the People Racing Stable, trained by Brendan Walsh. Evan Roman up top. Number 8, Humor Me Baby, bred in Kentucky by Springhouse Farm. She breaks her maiden gate to wire here in a flashy 56 and 4. The stewards have concluded their inquiry. No action to be taken into that. The 82310-6 will stand. 82310-6. Again, inquiry signed down, the 82310-6. There'll be no change. Again, the team tending to Orlando Boca Chica, who did walk off the turf under his own power. Now the price is up in the 7th race, number 8, Humor Me Baby, $463.22.20. Exacta $59. The try $65.65. The double was 1 and 8. That was worth $12. 50-cent pick 3, $9.50. Dime super $193.54. The Dime Super, $37.82. The Pentafecta, $193.54. Up next, the 8th event, 8th race in 18 minutes. Back to the dirt. It starts the final chance for a double. This Tuesday afternoon, take out numbers 1 and 3. The 1 and 3 are out. Jockey change for the 5, no proof. Make it Irving Moncada. 8th race goes to post in 18 minutes. And they are racing. Slow beginning for Downtown Rita Brown. Not a fast one for Sovereign Grace, but it was a rocket beginning for Humor Me Baby. Dream Chick's being asked to go get her from the inside. How You Do Something came away racing in third. Ginger Peachy is fourth at about 3.5 off the pace. To the inside is Stress Test. Advancing from between horses, there goes Downtown Rita Brown with a backstretch brush, and Sovereign Grace is going with her. Meanwhile, I See the Moon is second last, and Enophilia is at the back of the pack. Humor Me Baby up top with a target on her back. She's 6-5 and just drilled a quarter. How about 21 and 3? And it's Humor Me Baby, the daughter of Munnings, fleet-footed on the front end. Dream Chick is second. How You Do Something third. Up the inside is Ginger Peachy as they straightaway for the stretch run, and Humor Me Baby flashing the and asked to come get him. There is a spill in the stretch as Humor Me Baby still clear. Dream Chick is gone second up the inside. Stress Test, but Humor Me Baby, Evan Roman win 991. Dream Chick was second, then it was Stress Test third, and How You Do Something.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. The final daily double opportunity presents itself just 10 minutes away from race number 8, our final thoroughbred event of a Tuesday. Before we give way to the talented Martha Clausen, she will go through the final quarter horse race on this Tuesday, a 300-yard maiden sprint in here. But we round out all those horizontal payouts with starter allowance in here, $25,000 per stretch. Your inside runner, Shaneki, and number 3, Hebe Ready out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 8 set to go to the post. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. Heavily backed favorite in post position number 4, Sleepy. But I'm going to go to your outside runner, Gold Diggin' Devil. It's lightly raced 6-year-old chestnut, making start number 14. 3 wins to this one's name, but is winless on the season. Lightly raced, albeit in 2025, only making the 3rd start of this year after 8 starts in 2024. Hasn't made it to the post as often as they would have liked, but they were patient, and their patience has paid off with some paychecks. A 3rd place finish off of a lengthy layoff on September 4th, and then took on Open Company last time out and ran a very, very nice 4th place finish for this Indiana bred, who took on some Open Company foes and ran good 4th, only beaten by about a length and a half that day, and a day that was a tough day to close into it. And this one really closed in very admirably behind Viking and Jack's Promise, who went 1-2 all the way around. You also had Gettysburg Address, plenty of back class in that race. It was against open competition, gets a sneaky amount of class relief in here. I do believe we'll be appreciative that the rain held off here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and that's not something we've been able to say very often in 2025, that it rained elsewhere, but it did not rain here. As Gold Diggin' Devils 0 for 4 on a wet track, all 3 victories have come on a fast main track. I think there's plenty of upside in here. Mike Weaver spotted his horses nicely, winning at 17%. Gets Sam Bermudez in the saddle as he's been aboard each and every start this season. 3rd start off the layoff, goes from a sloppy track to a fast main track and gets some pace to chase. From the outside attack post in here, you're clear. 2nd choice at this point in the wagering, 2-1. DRF projects this one to go off right around 5-2 when it's all said and done. But the horse to beat, and it's for you to decide whether it's a horse to bet, is Sleepy, who's been wide awake the last 2 races, breaking alertly each and every time, clearing off early on, and having plenty left when called on. It was almost a hand ride last time out at 5-2. Looked like easy money. May have gone off at 5-2 in the win pools, but ran like a 2-5 shot back on October 15th, just 13 days ago. Randy Klopp has been red hot, as has Joe Ramos. These two have been winning at an excellent rate, an elite rate on the return on investment as well, $2.33. This horse has done everything they've asked of him this year. The 3-year-old does take on older, but he's been taking on older almost each and every start, including on debut. The 3-year-old took on older earlier this year, 2nd asking at the maiden special weight level, in which they dominated back May 14th, where it really mattered. The 3-year-olds were taking on older, and they were fearless. They spotted him willingly. He won at 5-1, and he did so easily. Since then, he's ripped off 2 wins in a row, both October 2nd and October 15th. Looking for an incredible feat, 3 wins in 1 month. He won going a mile in what turned into be kind of a clomp fest that final quarter of a mile, but he just continued finding and trying, and then he cut back. He was 3 wide in hand and just kept digging right through the line. He loves being a racehorse. He's gone through the conditions. The waters certainly get deeper in here, but the 3-year-old son of Keen Ice is strictly the horse to beat. 8-5 on the board. We'll see if Sleepy can continue his success with the red-hot connections in here. The 7 is Tail Lights, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., the 6-time winner, taking on some young and up-and-comers in here. $155,000 in the bank. Brianna Johnson Silks are going to be aboard with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. This Indiana bred is another one who's been taking on Open Company. Exits the same race as the one I talked about earlier, that October 7th event, against a couple of Indiana breds who took on Open Company. They broke in the slop. This one broke well, was in hand, showed a ton of speed, but was ultimately very even and flat in the lane. Since then, they went 1 mile and 70 yards against easier competition. They found a field to their liking, and they got the lead and handled 2 turns splendidly. That was just 7 days ago. So a week ago, they were winning, going 1 mile and 70. Now they're going to be on a fast main track looking to cut back. Plenty of early speed. The early speed should not be an issue. This horse is tactical as well. The 5-year-old, he can win on the lead, or he can sit off the pace. I think Marcelino Pedroza Jr. fits him very well, as they've teamed up for plenty of success. In fact, 2 of the 3 victories this year are with Marcelino aboard. You're getting fair value on tail lights. Comes in on a week's rest, but does have 3 victories this season. The 6-time winner has more than many in here. We'll see how it shakes out as we're just 5 minutes away from the final daily double opportunity on a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But stick around. Race number 9, Martha gives you a winner in a maiden race going 300 yards, and will return on a Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 2:10 first post. See you all tomorrow.
Horseshoe Indianapolis like to welcome in Salem Hills FFA's in the house. The Salem Hills FFA are in the house here at the track for that national convention here in town. They're down on the apron, welcoming in here as they head out to the track here for the 8th. On the track here for the 8th race, race number 8, a starter allowance to go 6 furlongs. This is an Indiana bred, 15 starter or never won 4 race in their life. Now, in this race, take out number 1, Chineki. Also scratch a 3, He Be Ready. Numbers 1 and 3 are out. Again, Jockey Dela Cruz off the remainder of his mounts. Number 5, No Proof, now ridden by Irving Mancata. Number 5, ridden by Irving Mancata. 8th race. We have 8 to go. A win, play, show, exact, a try, super, daily double. Also the Pentafecta wagers offered here in race number 8. Post time in just a few minutes. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. They're in behind the gate here for race number 8, the final daily double of the Tuesday card here. We have a field of 8 Indiana breds. 40 wins lifetime amongst the field. Over $1.2 million in earnings here for this field of 8. To go 6 furlongs and 4 to 5 on Sleepy. Tail lights goes in. Me and Chris locked up. Up comes Mike Cyclone and Doro's Wish. Sleepy and No Proof moving forward. Sleepy popped open the back of the starting gate, but the gate crew has remedied that as waiting on Eads and Weaver's Gold Diggin' Devil. Now, they're going to back out Sleepy and walking back in once more, getting a once-over by the vet. After he popped open that gate, the vet has cleared him. He loads back in. Gold Diggin' Devil now coming up to the outside. Gold Diggin' Devil 3.5 to 1. Up to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing. Me and Chili Broken and Tangle in his last. From the outside, the veteran Classic Max reaching out for the early lead. Sleepy will keep him honest and give him company as Tail Lights will track that duo from third on the run down the backstretch. Doro's Wish away in the clear while racing fourth. Then back towards the inside, Me and Chili at that awkward beginnings make an early bid up the backside. No Proof settles long in the 6th position. Gold Diggin' Devil is 7th. And Mike Cyclone is last of the 8. They blitz into the far turn behind the speedy Sleepy. Sleepy up top in search of 3 wins in a row, showing the way by 2.5 lengths. Classic Max up to the outside now moves a closer second. Tail Lights back into third. Then it is Doro's Wish from fourth. Gold Diggin' Devil is under a heavy ride from fifth. A couple lengths further back, then it is Me and Chili to the top of the home stretch, and Sleepy drifting well off the rail. There's room at the fence, and Tail Lights and Marcelina Pedrosa gonna cut the corner here. And Tail Lights gets the green light at the top of the lane with a furlong to go. Sleepy wandering to the center of the course, but still battling well with a 16th to go. Sleepy to the outside, Tail Lights to the inside. Sleepy win wide, but Sleepy's going to the winner's circle. Sleepy on a 3-race win streak. He's now 4 wins from 9 starts. Then it was Tail Lights and Gold Diggin' Devil in 110 and 3. The judges posting the top 4 finishers. The winner number 4 is Sleepy. Second number 7, Tail Lights. Third number 10, Gold Diggin' Devil. Fourth number 9, Classic Max. They've called for a photograph to determine the 5th placing for the bottom of the Grand High 5. 4, 7, 10, 9 photo finish. 4, 7, 10, 9 photo. Result of that photograph showed that number 8, Doro's Wish, was 5th for the Pentafecta. Top 5 finishers, 4, 7, 10, 9, 8. 4, 7, 10, 9, 8. Sway Don Juan bringing back 4, Sleepy, to the winner's circle. Sleepy now on a 3-race win streak. Entering the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, here he is, number 4, Sleepy and Joe Ramos. Sleepy, a 3-year-old bay gelded son by King Ice, out of the Aldebaran mare named Adorable Debbie. The winner's owned by Dennis Reese's Reese Ranch, trained by Randy Klopp and Joe Ramos with 2 on the card. Number 4, Sleepy, now on a 3-race win streak, bred in Indiana by his owner, Reese Ranch. Sleepy got the 6 furlongs in 110 and 3. 360, 260, 210 on the winner. The exacta 4-7, 11-20. The try 1080. The double 12-20. Superfecta 520. The pick 3 $9.75. The pick 5 $123.35. The Pentafecta $19.39. $1 pick 4 $46.10. Up next, the 9th race. Switch over to some quarter horse action. Maiden 2-year-old quarter horses would be thundering 300 yards through the stretch. In that race, the 11, 12, 13, 14 are all out. 11, 12, 13, 14 are all out. Jockey change on the 8, Corona Pollo to Martinez. Post time for race 9 in 15 minutes. And they are racing. Me and Chili Broken and Tangle in his last. From the outside, the veteran Classic Max reaching out for the early lead. Sleepy will keep him honest and give him company as Tail Lights will track that duo from 3rd on the run down the backstretch. Doro's Wish away in the clear while racing 4th. Then back towards the inside, Me and Chili at that awkward beginnings make an early bid up the backside. No Proof settles long in the 6th position. Gold Diggin' Devil is 7th. And Mike Cyclone is last of the 8. They blitz into the far turn behind the speedy Sleepy. Sleepy up top in search of 3 wins in a row, showing the way by 2.5 lengths. Classic Max up to the outside now moves a closer 2nd. Tail Lights back into 3rd. Then it is Doro's Wish from 4th. Gold Diggin' Devil is under a heavy ride from 5th. A couple lengths further back, then it is Me and Chili to the top of the home stretch. And Sleepy drifting well off the rail. There's room at the fence, and Tail Lights and Marcelina Pedrosa gonna cut the corner here. And Tail Lights gets the green light at the top of the lane with a furlong to go. Sleepy wandering to the center of the course, but still battling well with a 16th to go. Sleepy to the outside, Tail Lights to the inside. Sleepy win wide, but Sleepy's going to the winner's circle. Sleepy on a 3-race win streak. He's now 4 wins from 9 starts. Then it was Tail Lights and Gold Diggin' Devil in 110 and 3.
Well, a very nice Tuesday card today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Turf racing, some great calls from Jimmy Mack, of course, and some analysis, excellent analysis from both Rachel and Brian. So I'm going to finish up the card with a quarter horse maiden for 2-year-olds. You've seen our little babies fly and dazzle us all meet, and we've got a nice field coming up in our finale. We scratched the also eligibles 11, 12, 13, 14, but still have a really good full field competing at 300 yards. So let's go to the paddock and take a look, see what we've got today. I'll begin with number 3, and that's Political Jester, who faltered in his trial for the Miss Roxy Little Futurity. Just wasn't his day on October 4th, but trainer Natasha Perez, who's had a sensational meet, I'll give this horse a pass because it was his first try at 400 yards. You remember both of our major futurities got moved from 350 to 400 yards this year. It was a real test for our 2-year-olds. So Political Jester cuts back because if you look at the race his race, 2 previous races ago, it was the 330-yard dash. The speed was good, and he finished in the money. So just, I wouldn't discount this gelding by EOS apolitical win off of one subpar effort. Fernando Morin has the call, and of course I've got to send out a shout out to the team of Tom Wiley, who bred several horses that have been trained by Natasha this season. Whoa, incredible. And the horse that won the Governor's Stakes for them last Saturday, TW Streaking Cowboy, was a $320,000 race, has now become her all-time leading horse, Natasha's all-time leading earner since she began her training career in 2022. Last year it was the very nice Miss Roxy Futurity win by WRS, My Name is Rip. So there's no question, she's not just a good trainer, she's an accomplished horsewoman who can train Futurity winners. We're all very excited for her and for Mr. Wiley as well. All right, let's go next to number 10, HF Liza Jane. This is another trainee by Natasha. Going to make her 5th career start. This is a filly by Jess Being Valiant, who competed in trials for the 62,000 leader of the class Sale Futurity. That was in September. August 25th, I think was the day. Struggled in her most recent effort 3 weeks ago, but I expect a better finish. This horse drew the outside post, far outside post. I've seen a lot of those Natasha Perez horses with Diego Bocanegra up, just flying from that far outside post. I think this chestnut filly is worth a long look. All right, next up for me is going to be number 4, Moonin' to the Jazz. And this a horse, again, compromised by trip woes in both previous starts. A gelding by Encore, owned and bred by Kimberly and Roger Beam. Qualified for the Gordon Mobley Futurity, as well as the Stallion Service Auction Juvenile. So stakes company, stakes tested, would not be a surprise with a cleaner trip for trainer Jessie Vasquez and her husband Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. And I'll round up my top 4 with the rail horse, and that's number 1, La Zuman. Finished in the money in her last 2 starts for trainer Raul de la Mara. Sired by Jess Zuman out of an Escondido Beach mare. Certainly like that pedigree. She's moving in the right direction. Hugo Macias has been her pilot in each start. I believe it's been 3 starts each start, and it's all been inside posts. So this is another good indicator that a filly may be able to handle it, be able to break the maiden. At least she's used to running from the inside. So you never know. I'm going to go 3-10-4-1. But if you are looking for a long shot for your quarter horse pentafecta, we love that 10-cent wager just for quarter horses. And you could just kind of mix and match, or you could play 5 horses for just $12. Now, if you're looking for one more, I'd say number 5, our Racing Eileen, might be a good one. 15-1 on the morning line, or a filly by Racy Secret made no impact whatsoever in her debut on September 8th. But trainer Tim Eggleston has already saddled 46 winners, and he'll get a leg up to leading rider Eduardo Diaz. So you really can't go wrong by including them in the exotics. So that's it, 3-10-4-1, and hope hopefully you'll make some money today for your Breeders' Cup wagers coming up this weekend. We'll be back Wednesday and Thursday with more live racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
the track for the ninth and final maiden 2-year-old quarter horse action per $17,000 to go 300 yards. In this race, scratch 11, 12, 13, and 14. 11, 12, 13, 14 are all scratched. Jockey change for number 8, Corona Pollo to O.D. Martinez. Now, ninth race offers win, play, show, exacta, try, super, and also the Grand High Five, the Pentafecta, is offered here as well. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. 9-5 on HF Liza Jane for Lynn Hafner and breeder Abby Hafner. On the apron, getting well wishes from Mike Weaver as LB tempting Corona going in. 90 Moonflash coming up, and Moon into the Jazz for Beeman Vasquez. Moon into the Jazz, 5-1 coming up. VM Girls Flying Higher. And the hot pink Raper Silks coming up. 2 left, the gray R. Racy Eileen. And that chestnut daughter of Jespian Valiant, HF Liza Jane to the outside. HF Liza Jane loading up to the outside. They are at the post. And they are off. Some crowding with girls flying higher in Corona Polio. Quick start, though, for the inside for La Zoom in. Here's Moon into the Jazz. Also flashing speed down the center. HF Liza Jane. It's Moon into the Jazz. La Zoom in. HF Moon into the Jazz. Moon into the Jazz wins at a 5-horse photo, including VM girls flying higher. HF Liza Jane. In the middle, Tepting Corona La Zoom, and they were all there in that photo. And Moon into the Jazz. The Gelded Son of Encore with that clean break and just ratcheting up the pressure through the center of the course, running by La Zuman in the final strides. Again, 7-5 on Moon into the Jazz. Posted as your race winner, a clear-cut winner here. Number 4, Moon into the Jazz, a multiple-horse photo for the minors, including La Zuman. In the middle there was Political Jester, also within range. A host of other horses, including AP Jesse's Cartel, HF Liza Jane. Girls Flying Higher was there, as was Tempting Corona, but that will take a photo for in a photo finish. Moon into the Jazz makes the 7th start the lucky one. The homebred Gelded Son of Encore out of that Jazzby first mare, Jazz by Moonlight. Moon into the Jazz, getting it done by open links here. Reminded 9th race offers that pent effect or wagering. We will go back to 5 spots here. The placing judges, the trio of placing judges pouring over that photograph there involving those several horses for the minors. But number 4, Moon into the Jazz, the clear-cut maiden winner. Result of the photograph showed number 1, La Zuman, to be second. Third, number 3, Political Jester. HF Liza Jane, the 10, finished 4th. And number 6, LB Tempting Corona, was 5th for the Penta. 4-1-3-10-6. 4-1-3-10-6. Four, 1, 3, 10, 6 here in the nightcap. Now, coming into the Murphy Trailer Sales Incorporated Winner's Circle. Those 4-star trailers. Number 4, Moonin' to the Jazz. Good job there by Giovanni to stay with Moonin' to the Jazz. Didn't like those blinkers coming off, but now he's fine. Giovanni back up top. Athletic save there by Gio. Now, Moon into the Jazz coming in here. A 2-year-old Gelded Son by Encore out of the Jazzby first mare named Jazz by Moonlight. The winner's owned and bred by Kimberly and Roger Beam. The winning trainer, Jesse Vasquez and Giovanni Vasquez. Gomez up top. Number 4, Moon into the Jazz. Breaks the maiden here, start number 7. And got the 300 yards in a winning time of 15.606. 15.606. Quick time there for the 300-yard maidens. As the race has gone official, the winner 480, 340, 240. Exacta 27.40, try $23 and change. The pick 3 9.20. Pentafecta was worth $71.53. Now that 50-cent try of 4 1 and 3. That 50-cent try $23.65. The double was a pair of 4s, $13.40. Dime super $15.67. Again, that all quarter horse Pentafecta. $71.53. That late pick 3 9.20. Well, race fans, that wraps it up for a Tuesday edition of Racing from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Live racing back at you tomorrow, Wednesday, with a wonderful 10 race card. 9 thoroughbreds, 1 quarter horse, including those 2 really good handicaps will go as race 8 and 9. The Strong Tide handicap, that will go as race 8, and then we'll honor the Fireball Baby, the good one. She was a great one, and we have an overnight handicap named in her honor. That will go as race number 9 at 6:15. 10 races in all. We kick things off here at 2:10. From all of us here at the track, thanks for coming out and tuning in to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good night. And they are off. Some crowding with girls flying higher in Corona Pollo. Quick start, though, for the inside for La Zoom in. Here's Moon into the Jazz. Also flashing speed down the center. HF Liza Jane. It's Moon into the Jazz. La Zoom in. HF Moon into the Jazz. Moon into the Jazz wins at a 5-horse photo, including V. And they are.